Good evening. Here we are. Still waiting for that third place. But it's close. I can feel it. Hi Shulker, hello Not. Hello Bot. Lars had a brutal 4-hour run earlier. Did he? Kept falling from 14 and 15. Gotcha. You often begin this kind of a cycle when you get to 15, because floor 14 has like decent saves. And then if you also get to like the wheel hang on 16, then you fall back to 15, and then you might fall back to 14 by failing like the plastic bounce or something. Has this tendency be that way. It seems like they both... Let me get a quick status update. Okay, Hazard is on floor 5. And Lars is on floor 6, going to 7. Okay, so we'll go from there. We'll tune in when those runs get further. But yeah, I'm gonna climb in the meantime. I still would like to at least reach floor 5 before going for the checkpoint versions. But I did get like halfway through floor 4 already. Not bad. So we'll try. Still need to wait before we can get the mapper interviews and everything else. But it's okay. At least I have more time to climb a little bit. Deep dip 2. Here we go again. Hey, man, Flutter. Yeah, I do. How's he doing? What? Okay, that was the weirdest. Hold on. Floor 5 right now? Gotcha. I guess no one has gotten any new PBs so far. I feel like Shmaniel might be the only one who will actually get a new like PB, though. Suppose for Lars it's possible to get to the dirt wall ride and not one-shot it. That one is definitely not easy. No matter how much practice you have on the actual practice wall ride, it's still not easy. But I have a feeling that the third place run will probably not not have any like PBs before it, probably just gonna happen. We'll see though. It's possible either way, really. For Hazard, it's very difficult to PB, of course. Like, the PB is basically getting through floor 16. Oops, that's too high, but okay, worked out. Yesterday was pretty brutal for both Lars and Hazard. There were some good-looking attempts, but yeah, just nothing actually going in. I do wonder like how the feelings are gonna change about this map when the checkpoint version comes and the practice floors are out. I feel like we'll just discover like way better strategies for a lot of the higher floors. Right now that kind of progress is like just not happening at all. Hi, great call. Hello, Bato. Hello, Hem. Floor 11 came out, but other than chaining the jumps, the road is the same? Yeah. Floor 11 really is one of the last ones to be like fully figured out. I guess floor 12 as well. Because floor 12 doesn't really have much room for creativity anyway. Everything is very much forced there. Though there could be some shortcuts, I suppose, on floor 12 as well, that haven't been discovered. It's really that when you get to floor 13 and 14 and 15, you don't really want to throw away the runs, because you wanted to try some idea that has maybe 10% chance of working. Yeah, floor 13 I'm looking forward to. Oh, come on. Okay, I need a little bit more speed. Hello, Dato. Don't think I can do anything from here, can I? Alright. We go back. It's a good first run. I do really wonder if any of the currently theorized shortcut ideas are actually intentional as well, or if they even work. The problem is that we can't really test those. Like at this point you would need to throw away your entire run on floor 13 to try something new. It's just not worth it. Could we do the checkpoint version on server once it releases? Oh sure, yeah we can. Good idea. You wanna do the many checkpoint version? I guess that would be the most approachable one. There's also going to be the 1 checkpoint per floor. I was gonna suggest it to Suomi TM, but I don't know how many are interested. That's fair. I think a lot of the more, you know, the more established Trackmania community members who are, you know, playing like competitions and making maps and stuff, a lot of them are probably pretty fed up with the whole thing. So it's understandable. It kind of usually happens with the khaki seasons too. Like, you know, it's like there's nothing but khaki for like 2 weeks and people who are not into it are not really enjoying it. Looking forward to Bren hunting the map more. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. From what I heard from Bren, he wants like a clean run. So I don't know if that means like a Wildguard hunt or just, you know, like a author time run, which doesn't require like a super clean run. I think you can beat the author time by like 15 minutes. But it needs to be like pretty good. Not too many falls or mistakes. But yeah, the Wildguard hunt will be a whole another thing as well. It's gonna be very few people. But I think it might actually start like pretty quickly after the event. Yeah, no 700 wall practice attempts also. I don't understand this jump either. I don't understand anything on this map, honestly. But it's going okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bato. I think you were 1 quote too early. I mean, what does Bato care? Honestly, he already has the bed. Actually, I think it's been 1 month already since the khaki season. Virtual will grind the Wildguard. Honestly, I think it's possible. Like, I think it's possible that Virtual feels that that he kind of needs to do more on the map now that, you know, the event didn't really work out for him. So it could be that he might grind for at least like the author time or like a top 3 run or something. It kind of depends on how big of a grind Virtual thinks it's gonna be. But the good news is that you're not on a timer, so you can like play it for like a couple days and then go do something else. Unlike the event where you're forced to play it like every single day to not lose to the other players. So yeah, I honestly don't think it's impossible that Virtual would grind for the Wildguard. It sounds very possible. Just because he is a competitor, very competitive person. And he kind of missed out on the competition part now at the end of this. Devil is skilled enough, but I don't know if he's willing to put it into time. I think he would be. Like, I guess he needs to, like, ask the question of, like, if it's gonna be the same thing all over again, where it's, like, too much time spent doing one thing, and it results in the same problems. But as I said, I think if you do it in, like, a way where you don't play it literally every day, but you do, like, a weekly day or 2 days a week when you grind it, then I think it can work. Hi, Nico. I'm so bad at this now. Starting it too wide. Doing just terribly. Because he wants that I got Waterguard on the hardest Trackmania map ever YouTube title. Would be a good one. Oh no. Okay, worked. Really tricky when you get that line to the left. You can't really correct it because you would lose too much speed. It's better to keep the ice slide going than to stop it to get the better angle in this case. No, yeah, it's... I think it's very tempting for Virtual. Honestly, not like he's new to Waterguard hunts. Been doing a lot of, like, official maps, and honestly, some of those grinds have been, like, pretty long as well, like, many weeks. At least. But then there's players like Mada and Have, who will definitely want that Waterguard too. So we'll see what that's gonna look like. I feel like this lineup is good. I don't... Okay, that was actually good. I don't know, this feels weird to me, this jump. Like, I feel like the lineup is somewhat the same every time, but then it just falls apart somehow. Oh well. Works this time. This jump is very easy though. It's mainly about hitting the ramp. I don't think I failed that a single time yet. I just saw my PB fall on the side somehow. Oh, okay, I'll take it. That was not what I expected to happen. Okay, let me get a bit more speed. Honestly, I would say that floor 2 is starting to work better now, but I don't think it is. I feel like yeah, I'm just getting lucky. Maybe you need to get a little bit lucky with these jumps. I don't know. But it's a very wonky floor. This jump is actually much easier than I expected as well, though. Or maybe it's just that I've played the map for long enough at this point. Oh, what? Wait, what? Did I just get a slowdown? What happened? Why would I get a slowdown with that angle? Alright, we go back, I guess. I'm lost. Because usually when you get a slowdown from like quarter pipe jumps, it's because you go so close to the edge that the underside of the car kind of clips the edge. Oh no, that jump is legitimately hard. The landing onto the plastic was the easy one. But I don't think I made the mistake that resulted in that fall, to be honest. Like, I don't see how it would be possible with that angle to hit the underside of the car to the... What if I honestly don't see it? Oh well. Oh well. Learning something new. Well, not really. I didn't learn anything at all. Hayek attack. Frank too. That's gonna hit the lamp. Okay. Okay. Good parking. I will say that I'm starting to understand why players had some feelings towards floor 1 and 2. I think floor 1 is honestly fine. Like in terms of just getting through the floor, it's fine. But like floor 2, sometimes things just happen there that I don't understand. And I don't, you know, I'm not gonna say that it's not my fault. It probably is. I'm doing something wrong and I just don't understand what it is. But it is like hard to notice like what mistake you did. Because you want to kind of like learn something from every run you do. And then try to not make the same mistake the next time. But like I legitimately just don't understand sometimes on floor 2 what I'm doing wrong. How's your sanity holding up? That's not too bad, honestly. It's working. Hazard for floor 14? Gotcha. We can tune in just a moment. Let me get to the ice slide. Follow that battle for the 3rd place. Ren was first and Elcon was second. Someone's out of the loop. That was 2 days ago now. And now we are waiting for a battle mainly between Lars and Hazard. And Hazard currently on a run. So we will check in. We do have the permission to check in from Hazard, as we have had for these past 39 days. I think I actually forgot to change the number today. Day 39, I'm pretty sure it is. So Hazard going into floor 14. We can check how this run goes. Turbo wall coming up. Main thing is to turn your car enough. Gets the grip. Gets the launch. Few more sections on 14. 14 is actually a pretty long floor, I feel. Maybe it just feels that way, but I feel like in terms of like the amount of sections, it's probably up there. Counter steering, air braking, stabilizing the car, looks good. Like, I think there's like 15 separate sections on this floor, which is quite a lot compared to like 16, for example. Hi Kim, thank you for the 100. Wish you a happy streaming today. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Surely Lars or Hazard will finish today. Yeah, surely. Surely. Tricky quarter pipe jump, up to the right, lands it, and then this bounce. This is where he turtled last time. Gotcha. This bounce has been a little bit tricky for Hazard as well. Looks good though. You need to take like a left, right, left line there, which is a little bit odd to do. This time it works. So then, through the turbo, into the ceiling, and here we go. Final jump off the floor, and we go back to the dragon. There we go. Price for third place is still like $6,500 USD. Quarterpipe jump, looks to land. So yeah, definitely worth playing for, but I honestly think that at this point these guys... Oof, bit of a wide line there, but redoable. At this point these guys just want to finish the map. I feel like they want to do it for the achievement more than anything else. Landing in. And now the flip looks good. We're in the pool. Then the shrimp. Using the action key 1 to limit the steering to 20% only. And then a very small wall hug. Right there. Stabilizing the line. Oh, it doesn't quite hit the beam, but it's gonna bounce a couple times. Hold on. Oh, it does land on the turbo and it's sideways. That was not great. But fortunately, it doesn't bounce off. It lands into the turbo and Hazard will be able to drift through it to save it. Here we go, bouncing onto the wall, and we keep going. Over to the beam, in line, using the turbo to slow down a little bit. And then the left side line onto the beam somehow gives a better entry to the dragon, it seems. Instant air brake, and the height is not quite enough. Is it going to bounce? It's upside down, but no, unfortunately. Seems to miss the bounces. For 12, possible save, and it will save. So at the very least, Hazard will be able to continue the run from here if the save onto the ramp works. I don't know. I really don't know what the dragon is about. There has to be something that's like very important. Maybe it's ultimately the air brake timing. I don't think it would just be inconsistent, like randomly. I don't think that's really possible. Most likely it's something relating to the air brake or the landing angle that you get. It could... I'll just wait for the practice floor, honestly. I really want to try to understand what's happening there. Let's see if Hazard gets the recovery here. Jumping to the left. A little bit of a tricky recovery here because you do need to go over this border. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Oh, it's gonna hit the lamp. Is it stuck as well? The car is sliding. It might actually go and slide into the ramp and the front wheel might grip. It really depends. It is a very difficult recovery. Okay, the car is moving backwards, front wheel grips. I mean, it does look like Hazard can affect the car here. Just needs to somehow, I think, get to the ramp. That's gonna be the goal. So trying to move the car towards the ramp here. So the front right wheel grips it. Going kind of like backwards and then forward right. Looks like it might actually work. It's very goofy. But there we are. Front wheel grips the ramp and we continue the run. Alright. We'll take a look at all of it again. See, see how the run develops. Most normal Hazard save. That works. Actually, I'm wondering how the car was able to move that much there. I guess it's just basically like the back wheels touch a little bit and then the momentum doesn't stop until the front wheels touch. Interesting. But hey, if it works, it works. There we are. Then the turtle. Oh, landed very much on the edge. I'm trying to do that drop down as slow as possible. Because if you go too fast, then you go into the uphill and it's much harder to keep the turtle going. It seems to work, seems to work. I don't know if that works. It's so hard to tell. I'm trying to like basically... this looks okay. Trying to like just aim to like a specific dot on this. It feels like the angle is pretty good. If the center of the car matches this dot here, that seems like a pretty functional line, but I don't know. Sometimes it still doesn't work. It's like good enough that I wouldn't change it, but it's still weird. I don't really know what the variables are there. I guess sometimes I'm not starting far enough from the right side. Why don't I get the nose down? I don't think that would have worked anyway, even if I full speed it. Could have tried. I don't know how that works. I would love to see how Lentilian does that. I just want to understand, yeah? Oh. I wonder how much Lars is actually looking at Hazard's progress. I think Lars has like a chat rule to not talk about other players' progress, which I think is pretty smart. Like, you basically just focus on your own runs. It's a solo competition anyway. You don't really benefit much from knowing how the others are doing. But I do wonder if there's still like some curiosity, you know? Because Hazard is getting some really strong attempts, even without finishing the map. Hazard back on 14, gotcha, thank you. Seems like whenever I reach this point specifically, this plastic part here on floor 1, Hazard gets to 14. Some kind of a connection there. Let's see. Back to the turbo walls. Not the worst fall. It is kind of nice that floor 12 does manage to save these few sections. Not always, but pretty often. I think that's at least the third time that I've seen someone fail the dragon and fall back to that specific quarter pipe on floor 12. So it does seem to be pretty useful. But of course it's still a pretty big fall. The zoop through. There we are. I mean, you know, kind of like falling from floor 6 to 3, that used to feel pretty bad. And, you know, we consider 12 to be pretty high up, so it feels a bit different, but it's still the same amount of floors. I think the difference probably is that you don't need to do floor 11 again. Probably a pretty big deal. Counter steer, air brake. Oh, is it gonna bounce? It's very close. Oof. Barely bouncing. The car almost rotating a bit too much, because if the wheels grip the plastic, then the car is just gonna drive. It's not gonna bounce. Hello, Voltus. But it works out this time. Again to the quarter pipe. Now the bounce does work again. What's the song name? Let me type it out. Back into the turbo ceiling. Hazard has a tendency of not really lining this up, so just going for it, and it seems to be working. For example, Elcon used to really be careful about having a very centered line. Lars going for last run before break. Gotcha. Well, Hazard is getting into floor 15. It does seem like the runs from Lars in these last two sessions haven't been that efficient as the previous few sessions, for example. Really good spin. Good plastic bones. So I think... from what I heard, Lars said something... Oh god, the bones. Okay, scary. Lars said something about not getting like more than 5 hours of sleep or something. I think the pressure of having that last podium spot definitely is affecting these players right now. Doing longer days again. Really pushing for the finish. But yeah, it's the map is as difficult as it was a week ago. Well, second try at the dragon, a little bit later air brake, and that seems to be working. Hard to draw any conclusions from it, but landing works too. 1 hour break for Lars, gotcha. Hazard into the rings. Scary section. Third one lands. The fourth one. And the final one. There we go. Well done. Now the third gear, it's there, and the slide, Hazard, does get the speed, more than enough. And now the brake tab straightens the car, it looks to be good enough. And lands it nicely. Very clean one shot on the ice. Hazard has had some trouble with that dirt brake tab specifically, but this time it's very, very good. Getting the straight line onto the ice. Lands clean. And then, final beam, and we're on floor 16, just like that. Jumpers floor, here we go again. The quarter pipe. Flip into the loop, and not getting any airtime. This is a very precise timing. So it doesn't quite get it. How is it going to land? It will land on all 4 wheels. That is good, because you can recover. Try this again with the beam. Hazard has had some trouble with this. That was a very close attempt, honestly. But it does need to keep the grip onto the loop. 2 reasons why you might lose speed. If you flip too early, you might land a little bit too far into the loop and not really get a smooth transition. That might lose your speed, and also if you land a bit too far onto the side of the loop, you might need to drift a little bit in the entry to keep the line actually on the loop and not fly off. That might also affect it. So, couple things. The try itself was pretty close though. Hazard definitely knows how to do this, but it's... maybe after you fail it a few times in these last days, maybe you just start overthinking it. Hi SMB. Let's see the second try. Need to get the speed here initially to go through these turbos. They will try to push you back. And now to this direction they actually speed you up. The flip. Oh, it looks good enough this time. No airtime, and the landing into the drift works as well. Nicely done. And then into the wheel hang. Looks like we will get some practice in. The key here is to land both of the wheels on top of the beam. And more importantly, to actually get them to stay there. You don't want to be too low in this entry, and you don't want to be too high. The problem with being too high, even if you land on top of the beam, the force in which you fall is going to make those wheels kind of bounce. You lose the grip just like this, and that's it. It's very stable when it actually lands, but before it gets to that stable spot, that is the tough time. So for about like 2 seconds in the entry, I think there's a possibility to fall. But if it gets past those 2 seconds, definitely when it gets like past the half point of the wall ride, there's no danger, really. So it's all about the entry. If the car lands the entry like this, it's going to go through all the way. Twice in a row now. Is that good enough for Hazard? It is. Here we go, into the real thing. Warm-up has been done. That is far too low, though. It will land into the pool. But yeah, not the right attempt, unfortunately. As Brian's example showed, it's better to sleep in the end. Yeah, for sure. Getting good enough rest is definitely important. Not getting top 3, yeah, I think there's some players that are fine by just finishing the map eventually. But I do think that when these guys have been really like trying to be in the top places through this entire challenge, I've been holding the wall record through this event bunch. Yeah, I do think they are like very competitive players. And yeah, it is of course the prize pool as well. Can't forget that. Flip, the bounce. Oh, weird bounce, but it works. It was a little bit sideways. Usually plastic bounces are a little bit stronger when you bounce fully with your back. But it kind of depends. It's very situational, I feel. Back to the shrimp. Clean wall hug here. This is intense. Lars had a really good early day. Now Hazard is pushing. I did hear that Lars had a 4-hour run earlier today. And yeah, Hazard going live a little bit later, I suppose. There's the bounce. Works out. A lot of bounces on this floor. Actually, now that I think about it. Really on the first half, though. Landing in. Now the dragon delays the air brake a little bit. That seems to work. Is it maybe delaying the air brake very slightly? Maybe that's the key. I don't know. Lars reached floor 16 so many times. It was an endless loop. Oof, okay. Well, let's see then. Currently Lars on a break. And Hazard clearing the rings back to the ice slide. Important section. Second gear on the dirt, third on the ice before the ice slide, and there it is. The slide Pretty close to the fence, but Hazard just pushes through. Trusts the instinct, and it's correct. But this line is a bit too sideways. Hazard, great save though, on the ice. And now can drop down straight forward onto the grass part again. So this is recoverable. Just a careful jump straight forward. Just like that, then waiting for the icy wheels and drifting over the turbos. Looks good. There we are. And back we go. To answer the title of the stream, Schmaniel will be the one that comes third. That's a pretty brave guess. It's possible though. I feel like Schmaniel will not take too long to finish, but I do think that the amount of practice that Lars and Hazard have on floor 16 might be still a bit too much compared to Schmaniel. Dragon works again, third time in a row. Hey whoopsie. Are there any other maps that have taken this long to finish while being played by so many players? No. I don't think so. This is a very unique map in that sense. Like honestly, it might be Deep Dip 2 on the second place, Deep Dip 1 on the second place. Oh, very wide line on the ring, but it works out. Hello, old Bazzer. I'm doing great. What about you? Again, 202 speed. Looping through, and this time the line is clean. Should be landing fairly nicely. There we are. Manages to rotate the car more forward, more straight on the landing, and that's the key. And then into floor 16. Oh, we could make like a separate comment for the top 3 battle, I guess. But people will want to also find the world record. But, well, here we go though. Back to the loop. Looks to be clean. The landing does work again. Deep Fear, it's not, yeah, it's not really up there. I think Virtual's first run on Deep Fear was like 17 hours or so. Which, you know, it's of course different when you have checkpoints and such. Hazard going straight into the wall hang, and this time it lands. Should be all good. We just go through, pressing forward, landing into the plastic. Now, one of the scary sections here, but it's really just a patience test. Just very close. Right wheel as close as possible to this plastic block on the right side. It's a press forward line. It will barely land even then, but yeah, it's really just a patience test. Let's see. Third wants to check it one more time. Goes to land on the platform ahead. And it lands. Then the next section, small release there for a cleaner landing and into the tunnel. Looks very good. Very, very good. And now the scuffle jump. This one actually failed for Hazard. Last time I saw it. This time it is clean though. Hit the head onto the second beam, but this time correctly drops under it. Still not 100% sure what went wrong on the previous attempt, but this time we're getting through. Yeah, like Deep Fear without checkpoints. That would maybe be some kind of comparison. Well, here we go though. Hazard is getting into the practice wall ride. There is no route from here. But Hazard wants to practice a trick. There's a plastic block at the end of this dirt wall ride that you just saw Hazard bounce on. The goal is that Hazard keeps the grip on the dirt wall and manages to actually get the grip back without falling down on the dirt wall ride. A couple things that are important. One is getting a bounce of a pretty high strength, so you do need to bounce like properly. Two is that you need to use a lot of the space to be able to actually do the turnaround, which can be tricky in itself already. You can easily go a little bit too low or too high. So this is practice for a future section. Not really practice for the next section. We have some plastic jumps. We have some ice dirt. And then the practice wall ride will be useful again, because we have the actual wall ride, which is far more difficult than this one. That bounce shows what's supposed to happen. So I think the difference on that attempt compared to the previous ones was that Hazard went a little bit lower in the entry, getting a little bit more like an upwards speed boost before the bounce happened. That one works as well. Twice in a row, and Hazard is getting the feel for it again. The difference really is that when you get into the real deal, you have to one-shot it. Well, Hazard feels confident, moves on, the plastic jump. They work. Hazard is through to the tricky ice dirt section. And this one has been difficult for Hazard to do. We can maybe take a very quick look here before Hazard goes in. The goal is that you get the icy wheels, then go on the dirt, get a couple brake taps, and then get a clean line somehow through the ice, which this one is, and then the plastic ramp onto this ice. When you get to the ice, the save is basically like pretty trivial. It is not difficult to stay on the ice once you land it. But the difficult part is getting the right line, for sure. So two important things. One is that you don't get over 100 speed on the entry. The reason for this is that at 100 speed, whether you like it or not, the second gear will happen. So the problem with that is that when you start doing this dirt zoop, especially with the brake taps, it's very easy to slide out of it if you have the second gear. It's still possible even with the first gear. I don't really know, it's weird. But mainly players have succeeded at this by getting like 70, 75 speed or so in the entry. So you purposefully go pretty slow, and then you do like a couple brake taps, and you hope that you can get the clean angle towards the plastic ramp, the clean angle towards the ice landing. What makes it even more difficult is that you do need to jump a little bit to the left from the plastic. So while the ramp is here, there's obviously trees ahead, so you need to jump a little bit to the left. And it's very easy to jump a little bit from the side of the ramp, and that will not get you enough height. You can't really affect your line all that much when you get to this point. That's another problem, that you kind of go with the line that you get and then hope for the best. And it's really difficult to say how you can adjust it, because these kinds of dirt break type tricks are usually very hard to control. It might just be purely about the timing. Lars almost did this part today, but he got a classic Lars fail. Did he get it to the ramp? Landed upside down onto the ice. Did it clip one of the barriers on the landing? Or did it somehow fly like weirdly from the plastic ramp? Went a little too much to the left and clipped while landing. Clipped the edge of the ice. Clipped dirt. Huh? In the setup? Like turtled in the setup? Because there's no dirt on the actual landing. It's ice. This is not Hazard's personal best yet. Has made this part, and has made the dirt wall red as well, has veiled the part after. Okay, clip the landing platform and turtled. Okay, so clip the ice landing, okay. That sounds like it's very close, yeah. Well, Hazard ready to try now. He's done this once before. And very close to doing it a second time, but then landed onto the snow on the side. So now the key is going to be to get that second clean attempt through. .74 speed, and oh no, the angle not there. It's going to bounce on this beam here, floor 12. Unfortunately not going to land. Floor 8, no. Floor 8 also not saving that run. Looks like it's going all the way down and Hazard just resets. Just resets. Yeah, it's like it feels like you get locked into that angle and there's not much you can do. It's like you would need to understand what kind of an entry gives what kind of an exit angle, and it's really difficult to understand that, because how would you intuitively know it without like just getting 50 attempts in? I don't really know. I'm not sure. It's just like unbelievably difficult to game that angle. So you kind of like enter like a sideways line here, and then you can't like realistically exit that very easily. Maybe you would need to like zoop and then like immediately on the ice entry, correct the line, start pressing to the right instead, but then you also will lose speed. So it would be better if you can get like an entry where the car is a little bit sideways and it continues going a little bit sideways through the ice and you land here. That would be, I guess, ideal. But I don't know. Not the first time that it has happened. Well. It happens. Hello, Velobot. Thank you. Oof, thank you for the 27 months. Much appreciate you. Lars is taking a break, apparently. They're probably still going in. I will add this SMB, but I'll make it caps lock, so people are less likely to accidentally type it. It's a good emote. Zebediah, thank you so much for the tier 1. Much appreciate you. And hello. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I will say that that specific section is extremely unintuitive. Like, I feel like there should be a practice section for that one as well. At least it does have a wall, so you can like bail out from a bad line. But like trying the actual angle, that looks pretty tough. I can't imagine learning these tricks in the way that these guys are learning them. Like, climbing for 1 hour into floor 16 just to get 1 attempt on this kind of a weird section that you haven't really done before in your life. How many weeks ago did Lars get to 16 again? Good question. How long has it been? Don't think it's been too many weeks. Maybe like 10 days? What do you think about interviewing mappers of specific floors? Yeah, that's in the plans. I want to do that. What jump on floor 4 is your PB? It is the part after the bobsleigh. If you know that one. It's the big quarter pipe jump to the right. Honestly, I failed it twice by just not having enough speed on the entry. So next time I'll just take maximum speed as much as I can. And to us idiots, hey, don't call yourself an idiot, come on. It's not spectacular or anything, just really hard. And it looks like nothing. Yeah, no, it's just like getting that kind of a line is going to be so difficult. For me, even though I've done these kinds of things before, at least like similar things, not like, haven't really done this kind of, you know, low speed dirt break tap zoop into the ice and plastic ramp, honestly, but I've done like similar stuff, right? Even to me, like, it's sometimes hard to understand what the difficulty really is. Like, what is the hardest part of it? And there's probably some things that make it harder that even I haven't, like, really spotted. The shadows are different on the practice floor. It messes me up. Oh, Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Like, a lot of the time, you can use shadows as visual cues, but when the ceiling layers are removed, then obviously that changes things. It's actually a very good point. There was one case, actually. Oh, whoops, that's far too high. Okay, I don't know if I'm doing this well, because honestly, I rarely fail this now. But I feel like I'm doing it really terribly every time, but I still land it. I don't know if that's skill or luck. Both, maybe? Hi, Funky Trunks. Yeah, it's a big day. I guess Lars will be back soon, and then we have like a good old 1v1 again. What I mean is that some loop or fast speed long jump seems difficult. Yeah, for sure. It's actually, like, sometimes they also can be difficult, but for different reasons. Like, for example, it's way easier to do, like, a full speed jump where you absolutely get, like, the maximum amount of speed than to slow down just a little bit. So, like, if you have a jump, like, I don't know, like this. Let's say that you had this kind of a jump, and you wouldn't be able to go from here, it would give you too much speed, but actually you would need to start from like a very specific point here or do like a release in the air. Like, it's much easier often to just take like a straight line, that is my personal best, take like a straight line and just get full speed and jump and land, than it is to do like a very precise landing with like slightly less speed. So like things like that can also make things harder, and it can be hard to like visualize that. And also, one more thing to consider is that the flashy things usually are very complex, right? They have like many small things that need to go right, oftentimes. So, usually when mappers build maps, the very complex sections where there's like 5 jumps in a row, they're going to be less like maxed, less calculated than if you have one jump. If you have only one jump, then that's probably going to be like extremely difficult to do. But like 5 jumps in a row, you can probably do like a little bit imperfectly, and it's still going to work. So that can also like raise the difficulty. Love how they haven't removed stadium for this map. Yeah, I think it also helps visualize the actual size of this. True. Yeah, Shmaniel is still in there, but I mean... I don't know if Shmaniel is really grinding for the 3rd place, right? Not really progress, I guess, today, but Lars is just taking a break. We'll be back today, so... Hazard just had a really good try, though, onto floor 16. Getting to the ice dirt zoop. Yeah, pretty much everyone is now using like the slow attempt there. So the entry is like 70 to 75 speed into the dirt, but the problem is now getting the exit angle. That is the main issue. Definitely. It just needs to click somehow, and I mean, both Lars and Hazard are close to landing it. Hazard has done it. I don't like this angle. Oh god. Oh. Okay, that was a really tricky save after I'd started steering to the wrong direction. Not necessary, but... I should have probably switched to Cam 2 in hindsight, but oh well. Really, the first mistake I did there was not bailing out of that line earlier, so then I needed to fall further down. That increases the speed, and also increases the amount of things that can happen to the car while falling down. Cup of the day in 10 minutes. The problem with Cup of the day is that I can't switch to the top players during Cup of the day. So we might need to pass that still. Yeah, Lars is really just missing the PB, I guess. Whoops. Okay, try again. Oh, Shmanil said on Discord, Kazu? Okay, yeah. So what I know from Shmanil from before as well, like from 2 weeks ago maybe, is that Shmanil kind of said that he's not looking to compete, doesn't want to, you know, really take that pressure, just wants to finish the map for the personal achievement. So, of course, situations can change, like, you know, when you notice that you're very close to maybe getting that top 3rd place or whatever, you might rethink your plans and kind of decide like, okay, well, actually, I'm gonna go all in. But it seems like that probably still is the... He's the same. Makes sense. Has Lars ever attempted the wall ride? The dirt wall ride? No. Lars still hasn't, as far as I know, Lars still hasn't gotten past the ice dirt zoop. As Hazard said, he'll play again today. Did he go offline or something? Oh, dinner break. Whoops. Dude, how is this so difficult? Come on. Would be funny, like you said last week, that Shmanil ironically wins without actually trying. It would be kinda interesting. I mean, he is trying though, right? He's definitely trying. Playing like every single day and pushing. It's actually might be more like a benefit, more like an advantage to not be so stressed about the prize pool or, you know, the prestige of getting to top 3 and just want to finish the map. You might be actually way more rational because then you're thinking less about the like distractions that don't help you actually beat the map. You're thinking less about the fact that, oh, what about this other guy who's about to beat the map? What about, you know, all the people who might be disappointed in me if I don't get the 3rd place or whatever. And I'm not saying that these are things that the other players are necessarily thinking about, but at the very least, like, if you focus on it, with the attitude that, okay, I just want to beat this map for myself, nobody else, then that can actually result in a much healthier mindset about all of this. So, yeah, it could be an advantage. And I think a lot of the time when, you know, we have some speedrunners who are like, oh, I'm just playing LOL, and then we have the speedrunners who are like, I'm gonna be the best no matter what. I do feel that, you know, there's this like... It sounds like the other player who's just playing is not like trying, but they might be putting even more hours into the game than the person who like really wants to compete and wants to be the best. It's just that when you have like a different mindset and a healthier mindset, you might actually like get less frustrated, you might make more progress, and there's all kinds of things like this that can affect your gameplay. Hey, let's hope, Douglas. I'll have you know that I made it off the ground floor in DD2, so I'm still in contention for third. Let's go, Crocodile. You got this. Is there like an ELO rating of Trackmania players? No. There are a couple different leaderboards. One is the trophy leaderboard, and for that, you essentially play the official things like Cup of the Day, Track of the Day. Why did I go with that? That was definitely not fast enough. So you have Track of the Day, Cup of the Day, and then official campaigns, and the more you excel on those, the more trophies you get. Now the thing is that the trophy leaderboard is not really visible anywhere, so not many people really care about the trophies at all. It's also like a pretty arbitrary number, like I have something like 14 million trophies or something. I don't really know what it means. It's hard to like get a feel for how that actually translates into your skill. And you only gain trophies, you only lose them with time. I think the trophies stay for 1 year. I don't know, it's kind of a strange like solo ladder system. But then there's also the ranked game mode. And the ranked game mode probably gets the closest to like an ELO rating that we have. So on the ranked game mode, you play 3 versus 3, and you play on the official seasonal campaign maps. Every 3 months we get a new campaign, 25 maps, and those campaign maps are what players play in the ranked game mode as well. So the ranked season is the same, it's the 3 months, and basically it works like any ranked game mode, so you gain points for winning and you lose points for losing. And you do have rankings and like different, like, well, ranks, I suppose, for that game mode. So you have like bronze, silver, gold, etc. Yeah, ranked is also free to play. That's true. So that's probably like the ELO thing, but it's not really like... Absolutely not everyone plays ranked. In fact, I think it's a minority of players who play it, because Trackmania has so much more as well. Like the most competitive players... Wow, okay, that worked. Nice. For once. The most competitive players play like official competitions, right? They don't really play like campaign maps, generally speaking. So yeah, it's not like a that good. Like if you want to find the best Trackmania player, you will not find it on the ranked leaderboard. You might find the best ranked player, but you know. In Dutch we have a perfect saying for this that roughly translates to: if 2 dogs are fighting over a bone, a 3rd dog will take it and run. Yeah. Kinda makes sense. There's a benefit to locking in. A lot of the craziest wildcards in gaming have been when people went locked in. Yeah, depends on what you mean by it, I guess. Just like fully focusing. Like fully committing. That's fair, but if you do it for the personal achievement, there's still a difference for doing it like to be better than someone else, right? Or to do it before someone else. Isn't there a leaderboard for the hardest map clears? There's a trial leaderboard. Like a spreadsheet and a point system that those guys have. Are you Dutch? I am not. I am from Finland. Yeah, I think the problem with like Trackmania skill in general is that there's just so many different things, so many different styles in Trackmania. Like, you know, in something like chess, like sure there's like spin-offs and probably different areas that you can master as well. Like maybe someone who's really good at puzzles. I don't know anything about chess, but I know that there's like puzzles, and then there's like the fast thing. What is it called? When you have like a very low time limit, and then you have like the mega long matches. Like maybe there's different people who excel at different things there, but at the end of the day, you're still playing chess, right? But in yeah, bullet, yeah. Classical, rapid, blitz, bullet. Yeah, gotcha. So, like, maybe there's slightly different sort of, like, strengths that every player has. But in Trackmania, it's, like, completely different. If you play, like, trial maps, you will be absolutely lost on, like, a full speed map if you've never played one. That's really the difference, that you can play, like, almost a completely different game. Sure, it's the same car, but how you handle the car will be completely different, and the techniques you're using are completely different. The mechanics can be like completely different depending on what surfaces and what speeds you drive at. So like in Trackmania, it's just so complicated to rank people in like a actually like a consistent way. Prize pools have led to some crazy grinds, which lead to crazy achievements. Oh, for sure. That is true. I don't know if you can fully be motivated by the prize pool, though. I don't really believe in it. But it can definitely, like, help sort of focus on, like, a specific thing. Actually, one thing that I think a lot of speedrunners specifically kind of struggle with is being able to justify, like, spending, like, 1,000 hours on a grind. Because you have the whole world telling you that you're wasting your time. So maybe if you can justify it to yourself by saying that there's a prize pool, maybe that can give you the, like, sort of motivation in a sense as well. I don't know. There's a lot of layers to this. It's really interesting. I think it's very individual as well, though. I think they're actually called fasting and mega long. Yeah, I think so too. In Trackmania, we call them those. There's mega long maps and fast things. Kind of like this in chess as well. There's a FIDE elo rating, but so many players online better than their elo. Yeah, makes sense. Craziest achievement in Trackmania had no prize pool. I can think of a couple achievements that you might be thinking of, and I don't think any of them had a prize pool, yeah. It depends on what you value, I guess. Hi, Goes. Hello, Mikey. Could listen to you talk about Trackmania for hours. You come to the right place, my friend. This is exactly that. Literally nothing else. Maybe some floor 2 jumps occasionally. Yeah, I'm not third place yet, Ghost, but I'm trying really hard. Any moment now. I think competition is pretty necessary, though. So I think like the best speedruns happen when there's either like at least a lot of prestige in something. So if someone has already like done like really sick speedruns, or if there are 2 people competing, at least. There can be more, but usually it's like 2 or 3. Usually it's not more than that. So I feel like if you just do something all alone, like you don't, there's no one who played a game before, and you are the only one playing the game, you will probably not do like a very great run. But if there's someone else who's pushing it with you, now there's like a chance that something like truly incredible happens. That's usually how speedrunning goes. There needs to be like some push from another person for someone else to be able to like truly push the game. Sometimes the goal is not even the same. In some Trackmania competitions, your only goal is to just finish a map. For others, it's to get the best time. For others, it's to being able to get consistently the same map. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. If there's a competition, usually there's like a very clear competition format though. So that can help people like hyper-focus, that's true. Oh, chess drama? Seems like chess has a lot of drama actually. Maybe I need to get in on that. I can check that out. Epic chess on YouTube. Keep that in mind. Cheers. That too fast? Oh, no. Good. Hello, Slow Dodo. I am doing great. What about yourself? It's worth noting that holding a Volta card on the most prestigious category on your game, you get a lot of publicity, which is important if you want to make a living. That's true. Yeah, I mean, you kind of do build a legacy for yourself as well. Of course. Really hope there will be another hunt evening, like for TOA. We'll see. I would like to do another one, for sure. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, land please. Land please. Was it always dead turtle when I land into the turtle section? How is it possible? I mean, I did land, but I noticed way too late that the line was too wide. It was a skill issue for sure. Can't really blame the game if the actual mistake was ultimately my fault. Yeah, running crocodile. I had the same thing on Shootmania recently, because I haven't played Shootmania super actively in the last like couple years. I've been mostly focusing on Trackmania. And here's one thing you need to know about Shootmania. There have been players who quit the game, like speedrunning the game, because they couldn't afford to play. They didn't have time to play for more than like maybe 3 or 4 days a week anymore. They knew at that point that they would lose their muscle memory too quickly, and they didn't want to deal with not being at the top anymore. So they literally just quit the game. It's brutal. You need to play all the time to maintain your muscle memory, because everything is precise. So I kind of started going into this new technique, which is called boot. And I'm not gonna explain what it is because I literally can't, but I can show the leaderboard. Hold on. It's really not important what it is. It's not so important. I need to somehow find the leaderboard though. Because we have these players who have been playing like every single day for the last few years, and this is like basically mechanic that people are super good at. Yeah, here we go. So, like, you look at this leaderboard. So this is Intensive Bootcamp, the map name. You have a pretty solid leaderboard, yeah? You have 2 minutes 42 seconds for the top 2. Actually a sick record from Radon, by the way. So, 242, 242, 255, 255, 304, and like these are really stacked, right? It looks like it's a very competitive map, right? Until you get a little bit lower in the leaderboard. Because at this point, you know, you reach 445, 545, 9 minutes 20 seconds, 10 minutes 20 seconds, 12 minutes, 16 minutes, 18 minutes, and my current personal best is 25 minutes. Then you go to 35 minutes, 49 minutes, 1 hour, 1 hour, 7 hours, 7.5 hours. And by the way, this guy, Mawan, is a really good player. He's not playing anymore. This run is a couple years old now. He's a really good player. This is what happens in Trackmania. Like, people just get so cracked at the mechanic that you can barely even learn. That they, like, all of them just hunt this stuff. It's so ridiculous. I will tell you that my first run, what was it again? I don't know exactly. It was like several hours as well. I think overall, before finishing this map, which I played this a little bit on and off, and I couldn't finish it. I spent like so many hours on this when it came out, and I couldn't finish it at all. And then a couple months ago, I kind of went in and really like played this every single day for a week. And I was able to maybe after like 25 hours of practice, I was able to finish this map for the first time. And then I pushed my time to like 25 minutes, which is like a solid run still. And by the way, I have more than 10,000 hours in this game. Trackmania community is kinda correct. Let me see if I can find a video of this. Intensive Bootcamp Trackmania. Who would have this? I'm not really sure. Maybe I should search from obstacle Discord. Bootcamp. Oh, Wento has a video. Okay, this will do. Yeah, this has 2 maps. I think this is an edited video, so it doesn't have yeah, it doesn't have the respawns, which there are many. But this is what it looks like, basically. Yeah, I did mute it. Oh, this is like not many pixels. Get a couple more. But you will not really understand what's happening, I'm sorry, and I can't really explain it. Because there's... What you need to know is that every single wall jump that you do has to be just extremely precise. Like, you can't afford a missed timing. You can't do the wall jumps too early or too late. You can't miss the rocket angle at all. Like, there are ways to do this, like, kinda bad and maybe better or worse. Can this load? What? So the map has 21 checkpoints, but a part of them are portals. I think overall it's like 10 checkpoints. Okay, hold on. Let me... What is happening? Can it work? Okay, now it seems to work. Okay. So it's not like super long. So yeah, begins here. Yeah. So this is intensive bootcamp. So the checkpoints have been edited, so it's not really like a full run or anything. This looks very easy. I can show you like way flashier things about Trackmania, but this technique is so much harder, like 100 times harder than it looks. The timings are just so precise. And like, you barely make these landings. It does look easy, and it looks easy even to me. But yeah, basically what you can do in Trackmania, you can do wall jumps. And when you combine wall jumps with rockets, you can do a couple different things. If you shoot the rockets below you, you can increase your height. And if you shoot the rockets like to the side after the wall jump, then you can like push yourself against the wall. This boot move combines the two. You shoot a rocket so close to the wall jump timing to such a precise location that you will be able to both get the height from the rocket jump or rocket wall jump and also get the push to the side. So that is basically what's happening, but there's a lot to it. But yeah, this is the map. I think the wall record is still not clean. I feel like it has one respawn. I actually gave up on this ending. I think my first run into this point was like 7 hours long or something. And I couldn't do this final checkpoint. It's so long. Like, it's all the way from here. It's one checkpoint, right? One checkpoint that lasts for about 30 seconds. Or 25. This is Trackmania. Trackmania, different game. But yeah, this final checkpoint, about like 25 seconds. Kinda brutal. So I wouldn't even recommend to try this map before you have like a couple thousand hours in the game. The leaderboard just makes it look ridiculous because people are so good at this now. It's kind of satisfying though. It's kind of satisfying when you do learn it. That is called Obstacle. It's the speedrun game mode. The speedball game mode is like a PvP mode. It's 3 versus 3. Hazard did not finish. No. Taking a break. Same with Lars. Basically TF2 rocket jumping maps. Yeah, visually, yeah. But the mechanics are completely different. It still works in the same engine as Trackmania, as funny as this sounds. So it's not very close to like source game movement. It has its own things. Hi Crash. Kind of like Trackmania in that way. Looks easy. It definitely is not at all. Yeah, for sure. A team of devs is making a mod called Momentum mod based on source engine movement. Includes this type of rocket jumping too. Yeah, it's very different for the reason that basically you don't really have like strafe movement at all in Trackmania. Like air control is very weird, and please let's just not get into it. Like, I can't explain air control of Trackmania while not even playing the game. Like, no one will understand anything. You basically need like a PhD in Trackmania to understand how it truly works. Hi, Ion. When will you play Getting Over It? I tried it when it came out, when it was like big. But I never finished it. It didn't really click with me. I just didn't get the motivation. It is very odd, Crocodile. Like, I kind of want to explain it, but I know it's not a good idea. Like, just the basics of it. Maybe we'll do a Shootmania stream at some point. Yeah, no, the surf stuff in Counter-Strike is super cool. Defrag is super cool. Oh, too much momentum. I've done surfing very little, like, you know, to the point where I kind of understand how it works and stuff. You could explain how to make scrambled eggs, and I would listen intensely. Okay, really quickly. So there's something called air control velocity vector in Shootmania. And that really is as basic as we can start. What it's supposed to do is basically whenever you do a wall jump, the wall jump is supposed to push you away from the wall. Because if you kind of think about implementing a wall jump that doesn't do it, then you could just like wall jump on the same wall forever, right? You could just like basically just jump up a wall and climb forever. So that's not good. So that's why there's an air control velocity vector, which we will shorten to ACV, to counter that. So basically every time you do a wall jump, there's a forced momentum away from the wall that prevents you from doing like wall jumps on the same wall forever. So instead of doing like wall jumps like this, boing, 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 you do a wall jump like this. Boing. Yeah, not really like that, but you know, give me a break. I'm trying to show it in Trackmania free camera. There's a problem, however. Hello, big dude. There's a problem with the ACV, and that is that it doesn't take into account that you can do multiple wall jumps in a row. So what happens when you do a second wall jump is that the ACV actually doesn't reset, but what happens is that they sort of combine. So you get the ACV momentum whenever you do a wall jump that tries to push you away from the wall, and then the next time you do a wall jump without landing between the wall jumps, you will get another ACV. And when you continue doing this, especially because we found the unintentional move called rocket wall jumps, which essentially lets you extend airtime for as long as you have walls and rockets to jump with, the ACV gets to like a very weird place. This allows you to both manipulate air control greatly, which means that you can do very unintentional strafes, which are not like super strong, but they can allow you to like wall jump multiple times on the same wall, for example, in a row. Or it can be very disastrous, where the air control is super terrible after like a few specific wall jumps, depending on the direction that the wall jumps go to. Hello, Poki. Does the direction of the vector to a degree while increasing the velocity that you're moving cancel to a degree? Not really. It's not really about the velocity. It's purely based on the direction of the wall jump. Like the essentially what like direction the wall actually is itself. So if you do two parallel wall jumps, usually that results in like worse air control. if you do two wall jumps that are in like a 90-degree angle to each other, that usually results in like helpful air control that allows you to strafe to two specific directions better. But the other two, no. And like when I say that it gets complicated, that's kind of where it begins. For every additional wall jump, you get an additional vector applied to you? Yes, until you land. And when you do like 30 or 40 wall jumps in a row, especially parallel wall jumps, usually air control just completely dies. It's very cursed, and usually maps are not built like that for that reason. High reverse rain. I never played Quake 1, no. I played very little Quake Champions and also very little Quake Live. There's like these tutorials about strafe jumping and rocket jumping on... Okay. On Quake Live. I did those to kind of understand the movement. It was fun. Okay, fine. We go again. And two wall jumps produce vectors that cancel each other. Not really. Because like the normal state is that you do not have the vector applied to you at all. So if you get like two vectors onto you, that's still different from like not having either one. If that makes sense? I'm not really sure how to explain it. It probably doesn't make sense. I should play all the Quakes at some point, yeah, when I find the time. I think I do have them. I think Steam had like a bundle at some point that I got. Time to show you with the practice map. It's really just... Look, I said that this is impossible to explain. Does the angle of approach to the wall affect the vector? No. It doesn't affect the vector. But it's still important. For other reasons. So, you can affect the vector by, like, doing inputs in the air as well. And usually that has some impact. But yeah, the... Fine, okay, fine. Alright, we'll do... literally 2-minute demonstration. Okay. Alright. No, it's gonna be 2 minutes. Alright, this is Trackmania. Let me load into obstacle. Okay, let's go into the editor. So all of this is community created, by the way. This is the community like menu and everything else. Done. Okay, so here's Trackmania, and you might notice that this is a pretty similar sort of system. Pretty similar editor layout as Trackmania. You have the same grid, same kind of things. So okay, so I'm gonna make a wall here. I need to rotate that. Good. Make it taller. Place a finish like here. This is actually a playable map, believe it or not. So okay, so here's the FPS game that Nadio made 10 years ago. Yeah. And now the main thing is that when you do a wall jump like this, as you can see, even if I'm pressing to the right, it gives me the air control velocity vector, yeah? So it's pushing me away from the wall to prevent me from wall jumping on it continuously. And it does this on every wall. But now that these two walls are in a 90-degree angle, what we can do is we can start from this wall, and then when I wall jump on this wall, you'll notice that I can actually strafe back to it. And this is the two ACV vectors, kind of like not really working intentionally together. So what I can do, if I'm good at the game, is I can start wall jumping on this wall with a specific angle. What Trackmania map is this? It's a new update, don't worry about it. So I can essentially start doing something called rocket wall jumps, which basically mean that, you know, if I do a wall jump like this, it doesn't really do anything. If I just shoot a rocket, it doesn't really do anything. But if I combine them, I shoot a rocket and then wall jump, then I'm able to actually get some height. And if I do it in the correct timing, you can see how it's like actually a good thing. And then you can, you know, combine this with different moves, like you can do corner jump, for example, where you just climb a wall like this. That is hard to learn, but you learn it when you do it a billion times. Let me give myself infinite rockets. Is diagonal movement faster in Trackmania? No. It is not. We don't have the Doom thing. But yeah, so basically, what I can do something called escalator jump by kind of gaming this angle. So if you just do a wall jump like this and then wall jump like this, nothing looks off. But if I rotate the camera like this and I only hold W, then I can do escalator jump. Then I can manipulate the strafe to be in the direction of the wall, so that I kind of counter the ACV that the game is trying to give me in like a bad way. So it's very, very weird, but this results in this. So if I change my input, if I press right, it stops working. So I need to press W specifically. What you can do, you can also like do W and D. That's possible. So basically you just need to have like a specific input towards like a specific point in the wall. So anyway, if I do like a good escalator jump start, I can stay on this wall basically forever. This is not that clean though. I can do like a very specific technique that I will absolutely not explain. You can do something called reverse dash escalator jump, which basically involves you doing this move, which is a reverse dash. You can actually do a double wall jump like this as well. I don't know why. But I can do a reverse dash without the double wall jump, because for some reason the double wall jump actually makes the grip much worse, which basically means the ACV that's pushing you against the wall. So then, if I do reverse dash and 2 rockets here, and then I do the W escalator strat, I can do this. Whoops. Hold on. I'm a bit rusty. Maybe 1 rocket even. So now I'm like bouncing really, really fast back into the wall. So the strafe back is like very, very strong. Okay, I missed the finish. I can just climb there. Early. There we go. Okay, that was close enough. So, yeah. Things. Alright, let's go back to the dip. There was a plugin at some point to visualize the vector, but I think it's broken at this point. Yeah, no worries at all. I do have a bunch of things I wanna do in Trackmania. There's one map specifically, which is so ridiculous. We estimate that I don't remember the odds anymore. I don't know if I would want to go for it still, but I would probably go for like segmented run of it. But there's one map called Prove Yourself, which has a route that makes it possible to complete in under 6 minutes theoretically. But we've done the segmented run with a lot of segments, so we know that it's possible. The problem is that we estimated that I think it's like 1 in 2 million chance that you actually get it, the full run, because it's so ridiculous. But I want to kind of like do smaller segments of it at some point. it might be like actually impossible to do the run. The full run. But it's a pretty crazy map because like there's so many strats that just barely work. There's probably like 20 shortcuts. The map itself is not that hard. As in, there are harder maps. Understood some of those words? I know. I get... It's so complicated. Even I don't like fully understand every situation. There are some people that definitely do. Like Milton, for example. Usually has like a little bit more scientific explanations than I do. I know Quake, Anders Rolini. It's really just like... Trackmania is so different. No, you're fine. Like, it's hard to find anything quite like it. Also, yeah, I didn't see... Was there a new Doom trailer or something? Someone said in chat a while ago, when I was giving reverse dash escalator jump explanation. That sounds pretty interesting. Doom Dark Ages. Interesting. What's the setting? I have not seen that. Probably not gonna watch it here, but I'll have to... What? Okay, I think my brain just short-circuited. I have no idea what I was trying to do. Nah, I'm not gonna do a react on it on stream. But I'll have to check it out. I'm just not sure if I would be into the Monster Hunter thing. But maybe I would be surprised. I haven't played it. It's basically just Doom with guns. That's just Doom. With medieval sprinkled all over it. Okay, sounds very interesting. Is it like on Earth? Thank you for the link though, Anders Rolini. I'll check it out later. I've been playing Doom since '93. The year or the game? Or both. I've actually not played a lot of Dooms. I did play the Doom 2016, and I did play Doom Eternal, but I still haven't played the DLC of it. I mean, Doom does have swords as well, right? So it wouldn't be far off from medieval, I guess. Captain Doom guy. There will be dragons and stuff. That sounds pretty wild, actually. Honestly, sounds like it would fit the Doom style pretty well. Whoops. Okay. Kubas would be proud. For sure. The new one has a gun that crushes skulls into pellets. Wonderful. Yeah, the title does sound like a reference to the Middle Ages. So that kind of makes sense. I feel like Doom is kind of like self-awarely ridiculous. Like, and it's always so overkill with the story and everything. It's supposed to be like kind of stupid in a way, I think. Or not like 100% serious at the very least. But why? But why doesn't it go to the... Why does it go like this and not like this? Why this? Why not this? I don't understand. I don't think I'm doing it very differently every time. Nah, yeah, realism is kinda... It's always a weird thing to try to achieve in gaming, depending on like how you do it, I guess, but... Whoops. No third place today yet. Both Lars and Hazard have been getting good runs. I guess, you know, it's possible that Shmoney will also gets a god run. Yeah, Fragile is like pretty good example how having some realistic crashes is maybe not good. Not that Fragile is realistic either, but you know. I love Doom, but for some reason I was getting off vibes out of this one. Oh yeah? I mean, it's a bit like... We'll see. One thing that I didn't really like about Doom 2016 is that there were some, like, bugs, like, I don't know if you guys know the handrail glitch, where you can just fly off a handrail. Like, I would get that randomly, by accident. Like, it's a speedrun strategy, if you guys haven't seen it. What's the level name where you skip the entire level? Speedrun... God, what is the big tower on Doom 2016? Does anyone remember? Okay, if I just look at the speedrun, that should have it. Yeah, I think Eternal is a bit more It felt a bit more polished. Argent Energy Tower, yeah, that sounds correct. Let me see. So Doom 2016 speedrun is super broken. I just wanted to show this one thing. Oh yeah, I think it's right here, actually. So, is this where the level begins? So you have this like ridiculous glitch where you can like grapple ledges, right? Like if you jump towards a ledge, you can like grapple it and raise up. But if you go like next to a handrail and... Okay, there's a lot of other stuff happening, but I think the glitch will still happen. So yeah, this game is like super broken. Like absolutely ridiculous how broken it is. So you can go on like a ledge like this and then hit like a handrail and the game just launches you. It's something about the game trying to like grapple you, and yeah, it's insanely broken. Like it grapples you, but you're actually like standing with your feet on the handrail already, so it doesn't know what to do and it just launches you up. And it's like crazy when you get to this point. Like yeah, this is the big level with a huge tower. Okay, I don't know what happened even there. Whatever. But it should be on this section. Yeah, Half-Life 2 is also super broken. But here, so, okay, not sure what happened there either, but I think there's this handrail, yeah, this one. So you kind of line this up, and you jump towards the handrail in a specific way, and the game just launches you. Like, very high, right? Specific setup, and then you just jump on the handrail and you're flying. This would happen to me on accident when I was like doing my first playthrough of the game, and you can imagine that it wasn't like a pleasant surprise when it happened. So that was like a little bit frustrating, honestly. I think overall the game was pretty fun, but there were like some things like this that weren't great. I will say though that it took me, when I played Doom Eternal for the first time, it took me 1 hour to softlock. But I think I just got very unlucky. Overall, I feel like the game had like less issues like this, but yeah, it still had some issues. Yeah, most casual players might not find it, but it's not like hard to do that by accident. Like, I almost have a hard time believing that they didn't find that in QA testing, you know? They probably did, but then just figured, like, okay, fixing this would be too much right now. I do wonder if Nadio's planning to get some deal to get Trackmania on Switch. Eventually, maybe? This. Back to the messy... Oh, wait, hold on. Am I gonna miss this jump? Alright, never mind. We're going back down. Okay, I should just jump to the right side, honestly. I'm getting too greedy. Oh well. Trackmania barely runs on console. Isn't the performance, like, alright though? I thought it is these days. But it has a lot of, like, downsides to it, like... The, lack of the full editor, for example, lack of access to dedicated servers. No free camera. Decent on the next gen consoles, but some maps get really bad FPS still. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like PC has a similar situation though. Performance is fine, everything else is scuffed. I really just wish that they would have kept some, like, way to have keyboard and mouse support. For the editor specifically. Hey, no worries, Anders Rolini. Hope you have a good evening. Okay, let's get to floor 3. About time. That an open planet offers so many quality of life things the base game doesn't have. Yeah, true. I think it was nice that they added the speed, not the speed, the checkpoint counter into the game now, so you can have it at least in some form, but at the same time they don't make it like possible to move the position of it, for example. It's just on the right side corner. So, you know, like, it's a good thing, but then also having like a speedometer shouldn't be too much to ask for, because, you know, sometimes on maps like ice maps it's really difficult to see the speed and also the gear display. Like, why not just have that as an option in the game? And the free camera, yeah. Why is there a reward to curse the runs? If you want to curse the runs, I guess. I don't really know where it started. I can't recall. But you know... Oh, whoops, okay. That was... Hold on. What just happened? Why am I here? What? Why? What? I don't understand. Why am I getting a second chance that I do not deserve at all? I am so confused. I technically understand, like, parts of what happened with the wood grip and everything else. I suppose it's the cursed run, yeah. Okay. Hopefully my game doesn't crash. Will be worth it if it does. Okay, it didn't. I guess that's why you can curse the runs. Let me start a little bit more to the right. Yeah, I don't think the checkpoint counter was like the #1 thing that they needed to add also. But hey, it's something. Dude, what is... Okay, honestly, I could have had a chance there to probably save that, but the camera is so bad. Like, I tried to switch the camera to see a bit more, but it was very terrible. I want to see this clip again. What on earth am I looking at? So, like, alright, I understand, like, you know, so here I went too far to the turbo, the car is pretty unstable, and then I jump off, right? This should just, you just fall all the way down. But it, like, lands on the beam, it glitches on it, and now this wood grip has, like, infinite grip, right? But, like, how do I make it here? How many things need to go right here for this to happen? This is so ridiculous. Deep Deep 3 idea, right here. New khaki idea? How would you make that into a khaki map? Well, it's truly an interesting sequence of events. Giga Spider-Man map. There's probably, you know, ways to do like a one-wheel wood grip map though. That's probably possible. Not that I would necessarily want to. I feel like, you know, usually when khaki starts, which, if you don't know, currently there is a season going on, but it's on the other game, the MNF. The old game. So usually there's 75 maps, or maybe 50 maps, like there is this season. And your goal is to just complete them, as many of them as possible during 1 month. And essentially those maps are usually very ridiculous. You might have glitches like the one we just saw. Some weird interactions and often luck-based maps as well. Usually pretty short, 10 to 30 seconds. And usually when people build for it, because there's a like a public map request for it, and it sounds crazy that you would ask for 75 maps from people. But it happens every single time. They do get those 75 maps. People do build them. Last year, I think there were like over 400 map submissions to khaki. And 75 were accepted. So it's kind of crazy actually that they get so many maps every single time. Usually though, there's like a meta. There's usually like one theme that people build more than others. And I think this time it's going to be wood. Because wood is a new thing that was added just 6 months ago, and it hasn't made it to like a public khaki season yet. There were a couple wood-based maps in the khaki remix season that was like a couple months ago. Yeah, in TMNF it might be different, Rioter, that's fair. I didn't really follow too much, but like in this game, they will get those 75 maps. It could be that, you know, of course, like 200 submissions will go straight to the trash can because they're just not fun or interesting or good enough. And it's still hard to make, like, the perfect map pack, I suppose. Can't do much from here, can I? I could just go forward, I guess. Oh. Bit to the right. Whip. But yeah, there's always like a dominant idea. I think last year, believe it or not, it was plastic bounces. I think also magnets are often very popular. And I think also some bumpers and stuff like this are pretty popular. I think wood maps will probably be like a pretty popular style in this next season, so I'm already trying to think of other kind of ideas. I'm already trying to like go a bit against the meta. Trying to come up with some interesting ideas. Because I know that other people will take care of the like the more common things that you can come up with. So I'll try to find something a bit weird. Unusual. Lone Sigma, that's the one. No, it's just more about, I know that the organizers want the diversity. And I also know that I have better chances of getting my map in if I build something that not everybody else builds. Boink. Welcome back, Undersalini. You can DM me if there's something. You can find me on Discord, for example. Or Twitch works as well. Everything's open. I'm not like the other khaki maps, that's me. I mean, last time it was true. No one else has built a plastic nose spin. Not a nose spin. What is it called? Nose tube map. You got a good idea that you won't validate, because it can't be ours. Maybe you can collab with someone. Nose grind. It is very odd. I will say that, you know, my first few khaki maps probably weren't very creative. But last year I did a really good one. I will have you know that Techie did a tier list after the season. Out of all khaki maps, all 75. And Techie did say that mine was the best one. So, you know. Just saying. Pretty good. Don't have the khaki connections where they want to validate something for me. Talk to Viro or something, you know? You have connection. There's so many khaki mappers in this project, right? Just talk to them. Khaki. Kubas. That should bounce. Good. Yeah, I mean, it was like said a lot that my map was too hard. I'm pretty confident in the map though. I feel like it was meant to be hard. I don't usually try to build like a specific difficulty. I usually just go with the flow of the map. So if I feel like a first trick on the map is very cool, but not that difficult to get consistently, then I usually try to like make the next trick a little bit harder. But I try to not also make the map difficult for the sake of difficulty. It's more like, for the map to be balanced, you just need to do like specific kind of tricks. Nice. That was too far. Oh, come on. Maybe on the road below? Actually? Nice. Okay, I'll take it. Inkeki should be difficult anyway. Yeah. It should be. But there, I think, need to be some easier maps too. That was kind of the issue with the previous season. That there were only like a handful of maps that newer players could do. And then everything else was like pretty wild. So it was a very difficult season and probably a little bit too hard than it needed to be. So it's like you want to also keep players motivated. And for that you do need to have like different difficulties with the maps. Not every map can take 15 hours to finish. I was pretty new last year and managed to finish 8 maps, so I think that was quite okay. That's very good, yeah. I think, you know, there were some very good, like, easy maps, but then the medium difficulty, or like, you know, the sort of like past the like 10 maps that were the easiest ones, it got like really difficult really quickly. That was probably the problem. Like there were too many like extreme difficulty maps. Good. Yeah, they do have actually the difficulties like that. Like the white, green, blue, red, and black. And they do have different servers for those when the event goes on for a couple weeks. I think after week 1, they already like put the maps on different servers depending on their difficulty. No, yeah, the white maps can still take a long time because they can be very like luck based. What do you mean, Bum? Football? Oh, I don't actually know. But we aren't typically like a super good football country. We are not, okay. Not unexpected, honestly. Oh, okay, that was a terrible entry. Let's see if it still works. Okay, it still worked. Oh, hold on. So they are finished with it. Thank you, Bum, for your contribution to the stream chat today. Let's see. A little bit of speed, and the slide. And then speed from somewhere here. It works. And then not ideal. Not ideal. Also. Okay. Well, haven't seen many turtles there, honestly. But I guess I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't really help me to think about what I should have done there. Hazard playing again? Good to know, good to know. We can tune into that around the 14 range. Yeah, I actually, like, I don't know if I've seen anyone turtle that. I'm sure people have, but I just haven't seen it. I knew it was possible. You kind of crash into this wall with a lot of speed. But yeah, doesn't seem very usual. At least floor 3 is going pretty well now. I feel like I understand it pretty nicely. It's definitely easier than floor 2. It's really like getting some of the floor 2 jumps a little bit more consistent. Come on. How is this so difficult every single time? Fine, thank you. Who came second? Elcon. Just a couple hours after Bren. Lars and Hazard have really been struggling for 2 days now. It doesn't seem easy mentally to take this pressure. I will say though that both have been getting pretty good attempts to floor 16 today. Even if the, you know, PBs haven't happened yet. So like, there's a realistic chance every single day. It's not like they're getting any worse. They both just missed that one god run. The mental strain at the top must be insane. For sure. I'm already getting nervous when I approach like a new PB. Maybe not like, you know, not like super shaky or anything, but still, it's easy to start like overthinking. Why are they struggling? I mean... Dude, what is this jump? Honestly, I don't understand. I mean, what can you say? There's only one spot left on the podium. I guess they're, you know, both probably thinking about the prize pool to an extent. Still, $6,500 for the third place, so it's not like a joke price at all. And also, the competitor in you probably wants to like get to the podium, because if you don't get there, then the event ends, and that's kind of a different feel for finishing, right? Not only that you don't get your name in the top 3, but also that, you know, you don't really like finish the map in the same format as the others, because now there's going to be the practice floors and everything else is out, and checkpoint versions, you know, it's not the same, right? Yeah, Lars mentioned he hasn't been sleeping well. That's what I heard as well. So, like, that's going to affect you a lot as well. Hello, F. Search for said they might delay until both of them finish. Oh, yeah? Fair enough. How's your mental strain from not mapping for so long? Oh, I've been mapping. I've just done it off stream. I built my Finnish Trackmania campaign map during this whole thing, which has been pretty exhausting, to be fair. And you know, we're still working on a core as well. So I do have my fair share of mapping. It's just that I need to do it off stream for the most part. But I'm looking forward to starting a new map after this. Just a little bit more of beginner-friendly endurance map. 5 minutes long or so. Lars slept 6.5 hours. Hazard slept for 13 hours. Okay. Big number. Ice maps are always appreciated if you get in the mood. I haven't built ice in a while, actually. Would be fun. Eventually. He's cheating on us. More like I have these projects that I can't reveal. But I do reveal them eventually. Like the FTC map is out. In the Finnish Trackmania campaign. It's not that I don't want to stream them, it's that I can't stream them. I think there's some pretty good ice maps on the Finnish Trackmania campaign, actually, Mikey, if you haven't tested those. Oh, this is a terrible line. Oh, actually, that's probably the best case scenario, but can I get up? Do I do like putting holes in the middle of the roads? I don't do that much. There's a Twist ice map, and there's... I think Henry also built an ice map there. Oh, monthly track contest as well. A lot of stuff going on. Oh yeah, I missed the previous message. Professor. Started your campaign 23 today. I've managed to get gold on the first 10 maps, but I'm stuck on 11. That's very solid though. I don't... This looks terrible. Maybe I can at least get the... Oh, hold on. Actually. Maybe I can... Oh, this should work. Oh. Okay, nice. Yeah, it is the mixed map with different services. It's a kind of a tricky map, for sure. Have you looked at the water card? Oldbusser? Please land. Not this way. Okay, I'm just gonna go and try... Nah. That is such an easy jump to turtle somehow. I think the first two people to get to that point also turtled. So it kind of makes sense that it happens to me too. Don't think I'm the only one. Okay, Hazard back to 14. That is true. Let's check in. Let's see how it's going. See if we have a third place run in our hands. Ale and second. Wait, are there 4 ice maps in FTZ? Well, Hazard. No ice in a while, but we have these turbo walls. There are still a couple ice sections on this map remaining. 1 on 15, 1 on 16. 2 on 16 technically if you count the ice landing after the scaffold jump. It was interesting to hear Elcon actually doesn't like ice. It's probably that Elcon used to play it a bunch in the past and got the skill level there, but maybe hasn't been super into it since. I don't think he's like always hated ice and somehow just pushed himself to grind it. Like, you know, if you don't like something, you just will not play it enough to get to like pro level on it. Like, it would be very rare to have that kind of a situation. Well, the tricky quarter pipe here might land upside down, but this is savable. Hazard, we'll do the full circle here to aim for this one specific wall, for the reason that every other wall in this area is not flat, so you can get pretty scammed on them. Great on turtle. He had to learn it for competitions, though. It was really before Elcon played on the highest stage, though, when Elcon was already like mastering some ice maps and such. So I really don't think that was the reason. I mean, I could be wrong, I guess, but, you know, I wouldn't draw like too many conclusions just based on like one sentence. Jumping through the turbos. There we go. Final jump on floor 14. The landing works. We're back to Kuba's floor. Back to the dragon. First the quarter pipe to the right. We'll farm the jump here a little bit, perhaps. No, gets it right. Or the first. On the first attempt. And then the landing. Here we go. And the flip. Bouncing through, and there we are. Elcon has a very good understanding of ice. Like gears and different techniques. Small wall hug. Bouncing through. Landing in. There we go. Now I'm not sure how Elcon would do against like the best ice players right now though. Not sure how that kind of a match would go. Landing in, and the left side beam approach to the dragon. Let's see if it works. Seems to be a little bit delayed air brake. Yeah, Hazard delaying the air brake a little bit. That seems to work. We now have like a little bit of sample size there. Maybe it's like the slightly delayed air brake that helps. Good to remember when it comes to ice that ice has changed dramatically in the last years because of the Nadio updates. Here we go to the rings. Second last, and the final one. All landings clean, and we are getting to the ice. Here we go. 100 speed in the dirt entry, and then getting the third gear, 160 speed before starting the ice slide. There it is, and the slide looks pretty good. Hazard. Not liking how it's going a little bit more to the right though. Would need to correct that line quite a bit to the left there at the very end, so there's not exiting the ice slide in the exact way he wants to. And because there is an immediate recovery here, he would rather go for that than gamble that kind of like an attempt that might be too slow. Lars is taking a break. We go again. Third gear. Slide a bit too much to the side. Hazard will bail out of this one as well. Hello, Argo. Back we go. Hazard is keyboard, yes. Landing in. Third gear. And what about this one? That looks pretty good. We'll commit to it. And then the dirt, the brake tab, straighten in the car. It's not quite getting there. I think this will miss, but where does it land? Into the grass, but upside down. Is there any possibility of the car? If it moves backwards, that would be a lottery win. But does it? It moves backwards. That should be in the pool. Gonna take a small moment. But that is really, really good that it's going backwards with the default movement instead of forwards. That always seems to be a coin flip. So this should follow the beam. And as long as it gets off the ledge, should be safely in the pool. And this will be retryable. So we will check back in a while. I'm gonna get some hydration for myself as well. Some water. We're back. Alright, here I am. The car is moving, yes, Hazard is moving. I think it's very unusual that the default movement changes direction if the wheels don't grip anything. Really the only thing to be worried about is whether it actually falls into the pool or gets to the edge and stops there. That is the main question. Seems to be going a little bit like to the side of the beam, which should help as well. But it's gonna take some time. How is Kolisa's average so much lower than anyone on Keki? I don't know. I don't know who Kolisa is. Have they finished every map? How it works is basically like every unfinished map will affect your ranking a lot. So basically your ranking is based on, your average rank is based on like how many maps you finished. And then what ranks you have on the maps that you finished. Because every unfinished map that you have will like have a big impact to your ranking as well. Yeah, so it's probably the 2 maps that Kolisa has finished over Teki then. So like basically, I don't know what the number is, but let's say that every unfinished map you have like 2000 rank on for the calculation. So then Teki has 5 maps with rank 2000 and Kolisa has 3 maps with rank 2000, right? That makes sense. And probably just overall like better rankings on the other maps too. Yeah, no, there should be like, usually they have this Kaki stats website that shows both. It shows the actual average, and then it shows the average of finished maps, I think. Yeah, there we go, Tifa-san. That's what I thought. Yeah, also like, maybe it shows the like rankings on the unfinished maps as well when you just click someone's name. What's gonna happen first? First Kaki finisher or TD2 finishing? Yeah, who knows. Honestly, like, the Kaki season doesn't seem to be super difficult. Because it only started a bit more than a week ago. And it lasts for, you know, 4 weeks, a whole month. And people have almost finished all the maps already. Okay, I'll take it. Compared to, for example, Kaki Reloaded of last year, which is the version in this game, Teki won that season with, I think, 71 or 72... Wait, no. Was it 69 finished maps for Teki? Yeah, actually, Teki won the season with 69 out of 75 maps finished. So the winner of the season didn't finish 6 maps during the entire month. It was a brutal season. I think I got like 18 maps. I didn't like full commit, I guess, but still, it was really difficult. Really cool maps, like super cool maps, but so difficult. Oh. Okay, worked. Techie 69 and Scandier 65. That's crazy, yeah. There's different rankings in Kaki. Essentially, there's like bronze, which is... No, sorry. First, there's plastic rank, which is 10 finished maps. Then there's 25 finished, which is bronze. Silver is 50 finished maps, and then gold is 65, and then you have the Kaki rank, which is 75 maps. So to think that only 2 people got the gold rank, I think is very rare. It seems like, yeah, this time it's easier. I think there was a really difficult season once in TMNF as well. I think that was, I guess, Kaki 5, maybe? I haven't really seen any of them have. Demo 1 KK5 with 48 out of 50, yeah. It might be that actually KR4 is the new, like, hardest Kaki season ever. Might be possible. Yeah, bronze is 15 for this Kaki. When they have 50 maps, it's obviously different. Usually for the 75 map editions, it's 25. They had the Kaki remixed season, which was also a lot easier earlier this year. That was in this game. Basically like remakes or like remixed versions of some classic Kaki maps. Remade from TMNF into this game. Oh wait, Hazard on 15. Oh, moving. Thank you. So it did land into the pool. Or is it... Oh, okay, it's not in the pool. Fine. It's still gonna take like a couple of minutes, it looks like. Going towards the pool. There we go. How many Kakis are there every year? It kind of depends. Usually 2. So usually have 1 in Trackmania Nations Forever, the old game, and then 1 in this game. But this year they also did the Kaki Remixed, which is what I just was talking about. The old maps remade into this game. So it's 2 or 3 usually. They don't do the Kaki Remixed every year. Come on. Okay, well, at least we got to the ice. Oh yeah, that's, yeah, there's also Kaki seasons in other games. We even had a couple, like, spin-offs in Shootmania, though we didn't call those Kaki. But yeah, there's like a Trackmania United version, and then there's like a Canyon version as well. So there are like spin-offs, but like the official ones that are organized by the Kaki crew, as they are called, those are, yeah, just the ones in this game, and then TMNF. As far as I know, the others are organized by, like, different people. But they do exist. Okay, how is the car? Okay, still moving. I'm just checking. I'm just checking hazard. Hi, Devon. Boing. Okay. Getting better at this jump. I'm going to the right this time. Okay, that should work. Nice. Anyone know if Bren managed to beat Waltergard on Shallow Dip? No idea. I guess we could check on the leaderboard. He didn't? Okay. Finished in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I think the Waltergard is like 7.5 or a little bit less. Okay, that was not the right direction, but hey, I'll take it. Okay. Hazard has to be pretty close at this point, right? It's pretty close. Let's take a look. So Hazard waiting for a dead turtle. If everything goes right, it's gonna go into the pool. Pretty close to the pole on the side, but well, I mean, the line looks pretty good. I think it's moving a little bit sideways too, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's not gonna take too long. The pool is right below. It should be a safe landing. If it drops off the edge, that's the question. Doing the Villa Beam slide. Oh. A little bit of a different beam this time. It's close. Let's see now. The water will always flip the car. So don't need to worry about landing in a turtle. It's definitely been an interesting month. I feel like I've watched more turtling than in my entire lifetime. Is the front wheel going to go past the beam as well? Or the pole? I guess that's what Hazard is kind of worried about. I think it should be far enough, honestly. By the time the front wheel reaches it, the car will be flipping down anyway. I think the main thing here is just getting the car off the edge. Yeah. Oh, is it going? Not one of these again. The worst mechanic in this game. Yeah. Doesn't look to be moving. Like it's shaking a little bit, but yeah. It's so close, but like these situations you just can't really do much, unfortunately. Yeah. Has to be a reset. Has to be a reset. Like, you know, you wait so long for it as well. I guess like the bright side to that is that it is possible to at least take a break when that happens, so you can, you know, kind of reset mentally. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, that sucks, but at least you had like a good reason to take a small break. Definitely still painful, like you would absolutely want that to go up. Okay, I don't understand this jump. Works like half of the time at this point. Like I just needed to go like nose down. Maybe I need to go slower or faster. I mean, I could try to take more speed, I guess. Will Lars be rejoining later today, or is he sleeping and going again tomorrow? From what I heard, Lars was taking a break. So I understood that Lars is gonna be playing again today. How is this so difficult? Wasn't feeling well? Okay, okay. It's understandable, so much pressure. Is the bot alive? Goes here maybe still? No third place finisher yet, no. Was fine until he ate. After that he had a bad session, wasn't feeling too good. Okay. Getting good rest would probably help a lot, honestly. Being able to get some proper sleep. Well, let me fix the bot then. What is playing Trackmania? I would be very worried. Hazard poisoned his food. No, that's a conspiracy. Come on, work. All right. The 6.5 is better than 5, but probably still not quite enough. Both have a cooldown of, I think, 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. I would like to get back to floor 3. Why are there trees in the pool, by the way? What is that for? Hello, car? Are you... Okay, that was too steep, I suppose. Right. Try it in 1 minute, Leah. It's gonna work. Not certainly faster again? No. Believe in yourself. You got this. I will say that having a PB ghost on this map doesn't help at all. It's a big distraction. I could hide it, I guess. Before the food break, Lars had a great session. 4-hour run. Yeah, I did hear about that. Multiple times to 16. Yeah. It is very unusual to land it turtles. Not that we really have like usual or unusual. People just haven't been to that section often enough, I suppose. It's kind of difficult, honestly, to keep that kind of consistency. I actually feel like it's kind of dangerous to feel like you're having a good day and then start expecting more of yourself as well. Like, it's very natural to do, and I always would do it as well. But, like, if you don't meet your expectations after having a really good, like, beginning to the session, that can just make you play even worse. It's really difficult sort of mental thing. Hit the edge with back wheels, yeah. That kind of makes sense. It would be very difficult to save that landing anyway, if you like clip the edge, because you would not really have the speed. recover then. It's still an ice uphill, so it's very slippery. You kinda need that initial momentum to be able to climb it. Okay, looks good. Oh. Okay, can this work? Eutrilia, you got this? Oh no. It just doesn't. I don't know why. Oh, that was close still. I just want to understand, how does it work? How do I get the nose down? Maybe I do need to get... I'll just try like full speed next time, honestly. I'll just try to do like absolute maximum speed. It is so weird. I thought I honestly kind of figured it out already. Apparently not. Hazard 6 and climbing, gotcha. So confusing until it makes sense. Well, what's the key? Air brake before landing the first time. Oh. Interesting idea. I can try it. I don't see how that would help, but at this point I don't have anything else. Yeah, not no air brake after the plastic. Okay, I'll give it a go. Thank you. That was great. Whatever. Turning while in a turtle takes so much space. It's crazy. And I wasn't reading chat, that wasn't the problem. I'm kind of identifying the spots where I can, where I can't. Hi, shoes. What about the jumps? Make them so hard? Is it just a large amount of tiny things, or just a few large ones? Just in general on this map? Or that specific jump? So in general, it's a lot of tiny things. It's like a few sort of main mechanics that you need to understand. For example, if you get like a gear down just before a jump, that will reduce your speed greatly. So you have to kind of understand these kinds of things to be able to like troubleshoot if something goes wrong. So you don't make the same mistake every single time. But it really depends. Like here, for example, I'm first waiting for the icy wheels to go away, which is not very difficult. And then like a straight jump here usually works, and then just being very careful with the inputs. Plastic is very slippery, so it's very easy to go too far or not get the line right there. Here I need to get 2 clean gear shifts, so 100 speed, 160 speed, and then that gives me enough speed to do the full backflip. And then this one is kind of weird. Usually like lower speed there. Make sure that the car doesn't land upside down. It's like a lot of smaller things. Then we have the ice light, you know. Here I need to get the second gear, so 100 speed before I commit. And then a very careful line, very careful adjustments. That was not good. So here, like if you lose the gear, so you go at too low speed at some point because you adjusted a bit too much, then that causes you to lose a lot of speed, and in the worst case it causes slide out, which basically can make you fall off the entire ice. So like a lot of small different mechanics, small things that you need to know and take into account, and also mechanically understand how you can avoid them. So like that was a pretty good angle, would be enough speed. Oh, actually wasn't. Interesting. I really thought that would be enough, but okay. Well, I'll do the same recovery as my personal best, I guess. All surfaces work in different ways. Sometimes you can do speed slides, which are very narrow drifts that increase your speed. A lot of the time it's just timing though. It's just timing. Like, you know, when you start turning is super important. For example, understanding landings. You can also control the car in the air. You can brake in the air to stop the rotation of the car. In the specific jump that I'm now struggling with, which is on floor 2, called the messy jump, because it's kind of like scoring a goal. On that one, the difficulty is that you need to somehow get the car to get a nose down in the air. And that is not very intuitive at all. It's like a series of jumps and bounces. The reason why you need to do that is because there's a plastic bounce at the end. If you don't get the plastic bounce, you will likely not make it into the landing. So basically, very important that the car goes like... Okay, I'll take that. The car goes like upside down into the plastic bounce, because otherwise it doesn't bounce. If it lands with the wheels, it doesn't bounce. So yeah, things like this. Okay, that should work. Is that possible to actually ride upside down? Like 2 beams with the car in between? As long as the wheels get grip on something, yeah, you can drive. Can be sideways, can be upside down. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, this might flip back. Oh god. It's so tricky sometimes, because when you exit the bobsleigh, if the car kind of bounces a little bit, it's super difficult to stop the momentum. I think I should just like commit to that line if it happens. Like just go with it. Don't try to like redo it, just commit to it. Because I can't slow down that quickly. So if the car is kind of bouncing on the landing, the wheels don't have like grip properly, which means that you will not be able to drive. You can't control the car in any way. There's a couple tricks that I've seen here that are used in Keki. One is the floor 8 second turtle getting like stuck in the wall. It's not really usually like a full khaki map trick, it's like something that's a part of a khaki map. And then the wheel hang also is used a bunch. Also the dirt wall ride tricks, the dirt wall ride climbing is used in khaki quite a bit. Where he just goes on the top ramp, falls down, reverse, and then takes the booster. Yeah, that's fair. Like straight from the bobsleigh on the top quarter pipe thing, or after taking the turbo? Yeah. I guess I should have just, you know, I could have just committed. It's not like a usual issue. Just wondering, like, if I could recover that somehow better. If it happens. But yeah, no, I feel like what I'm doing is fine right now. Okay, that's not a great line. Hello, car. Thank you. That was a slide out. Can't do anything to the car. Kingdom Hearts releases in 2 days. Are you going to cast it? How do you see that happening? You have like a vision for this? Okay, just checking, but no worries. Alright. That is kind of like a very clean way to do it. Honestly, works most of the time. I think that works. Dota 2's The International is in a few months. Are you going to cast it? I don't think I've been invited to cast it. And I'm not really sure what I would say if they asked. I feel like I would probably reply that they have the wrong email. I used to follow Dota a bunch though. I'm not completely clueless. But I haven't in a while, so I actually would be probably completely clueless. Don't really know too much about the current patch. Okay, so let's try the air brake strategy, yeah? I'm also gonna take more speed for, you know, fun. So here, air brake. Oh, I mean, that was good though. Okay, I mean, we have a sample size of 1, so it's surely 100% consistent. Not sure about that one, but okay. I'm trying to understand why I was so slow. I don't know why. Whatever, let's go again. I'm going to work tomorrow. Are you going to cast it? Yes, absolutely. That I will cast. No issue. Hazard on 11. Okay, the run starts going. Huh? Okay, I did actually save it. Hold on. That was not the best turtle setup ever, but okay. If I break my arm, will you cast it? I don't think I have the qualifications to do that. You should probably go to a doctor instead. Casting the climate change? Oh, what was that landing? Okay, that would be interesting. Interesting idea. Maybe they could do like 24/7 climate change Twitch stream. Maybe there's a market for that. Here we go again then. Watching several weeks old VODs of your DD2 casts. It's so cool watching in retrospect. Okay, I'm bad. The struggle way before the higher floors were even explored. Yeah, the ice spin and like even the floor 4 quarter pipe and stuff. Like there's a lot of these smaller sections that we don't talk about at all. It's crazy. Like, people kind of trying out some really weird strategies at first, like on the floor 4, the first quarter pipe. Doing the weird window bones. It is SMB. I've just made it caps lock so people don't type it by accident. Cast the stock market. I think there are honestly people kind of doing that, I would imagine. Oops. I mean, it is the same SMB, right? It's just that, like, sometimes I go to someone's stream and I try to type, like, a sentence. And then I press enter and half of my sentence is some random emotes. And I can't even read it myself. I don't even know what I said. And I try to avoid that. I think it's not ideal. That's all. Hazard on plastic drop? Okay. Getting another run going, it seems. cast a Finnish sauna experience. Not a lot to cast, honestly. Usually... Oh. Usually very... sort of quiet and uneventful, but also relaxing. No, I'm playing the map fine. Look, I read the chat message and then I play the map and I've memorized what the chat message says. And then I can answer to it. You know, it's fine. The camera would melt? Probably not. I mean, it depends on the camera. There's probably some GoPros that can withstand like 80 degrees Celsius or whatever it would need to withstand. It's a good emote, SMB. Oh. Okay, but this does work indeed. Okay, it's a bit weird, but I think it's okay. Yeah. You could easily cast a golf game. I don't know anything about golf though. Hazard 1500? Okay. Thank you. I'll do this jump. Okay. I feel like, honestly, golf casting is probably kinda tricky still. You probably need to kinda understand, like, the weird things that can happen there as well. Some techniques and different clubs and, you know, all the rules, which I wouldn't probably know. Anyway, I know the rules for this competition, and those state that you have to finish the map to be eligible for the prize pool. And Hazard is maybe trying to do so right now. Floor 14 right now, out of the 16 that we have on the map, or 17 if you count floor 0. And making good progress here as well. Straight line here. Just press forward. Flipping upside down, and now the counter steers to make sure the car stays stable, gets the plastic bounces. There we go. Very close to the pool, actually. Interesting. I'm not really sure why. Maybe released at some point a little bit. But it does work well enough anyway. So we go back. Tricky quarter pipe. Needs to jump all the way to the right side, and it works perfectly. Really clean on this jump. I feel like other players still had a little bit less consistency on this overall. Maybe Bren was very clean on it though. But like Elcon, for example, I felt was kind of less consistent. Hazard is getting this down really nicely now. The final jumps. There we are. Getting the speed to get through the turbo. And then the speed into the ceiling. The turbos push you upwards along the slope, and here we go. Into the pool. Close to floor 15 again, and this is quite the speed run. 34 minutes on the timer. Getting into Kuba's floor again. This jump flips a little bit. Hazard has the tendency of kind of taking this very safe, so you can just go around here and do it again, and If you can do a recovery so easily, maybe you're going to be a bit more cautious. Elcon usually went in like with whatever landings, and it did work, but Hazard is taking this fairly carefully, wants the clean landing just to be safe, and it does work this time. Then into the ramps, and another plastic bounce here. Flipping upside down, bouncing, that should be good enough. Elcon was the second to finish, yeah, just a couple hours after Bren. And now it's been 2 days since that happened. We're still waiting for the third player to get to the end. So here, onto the beam, the shrimp, as it's been called, works fine. The wall bounce works as well, and we're getting close to the dragon again. It does seem like Hazard is delaying the air brake on the dragon jump a little bit, and that might be the key to make it consistent. Very tough speed check, you can't really go too fast there, it seems. Starting on the left side of the beam, directly into the turbo, and now slight delay on the air brake, and it does work again. 4 times in a row now with the slightly delayed air brake. So it's looking good. Small change of strategy, it seems. And so far it's going well. Into the rings. Third one lands clean. Fourth one, and the final one into the dirt, just like that. And now the ice one more time. Failed last time, but mostly because of the dirt, not really because of the ice itself. Doesn't quite get the speed here. Gear might have been a little bit delayed, after all. So we'll go for the recovery. The setup has been fully figured out. Getting the third gear before the ice slide is essential, and there is the setup that makes it work nicely. It's just about getting the actual ice slide, getting the 200 speed or a little bit more. Third gear happens there, and the slide, it's pretty close to the side, but Hazard still makes it through, 200 speed, and now the dirt brake tap. It's off. Is it gonna go anywhere at all? Oh, this time a little bit further off than before, and yeah, that's gonna go all the way to floor 10. It's a downhill landing. Oh, bounces. Air brake, trying to save on the ice, but no. It's not going to work, and this one will go all the way down. Floor 3, possibly, but no, I don't think we're even getting there. That is a big one. Just before floor 16 again. One unfortunately ends. So Hazard will have to go again. We'll see. Hasn't been playing for too long right now. Stream timer says about 2 hours, so it could be that Hazard will just take a small breather and go again. Hello, Biggie. Oh yeah, well, it's the dinner break, actually. I don't know how long Hazard has been going. It's so brutal how few recoveries these trickiest parts at the very end have. But did he break so late after the jump? On the dirt, you mean? If you do it too early, you kind of risk sliding out, I think. So you need to, like, delay it a little bit. That was, you know, in hindsight, probably was too late. But, I mean, what are you gonna do? It's a very precise timing. Hard to get right. But yeah, you can't do it, like, super early. That's gonna result in different issues. Like, for example, if you do it too early, then the speed boost you get from the brake tap is not gonna last to the end of the dirt. So it's like a pretty specific timing. What was the time between first and third completion on DD1? I don't know first and third. I feel like first and second was on the same day though. Virtual and Bren. Nice. First and second were like 1 to 3 hours apart. Yeah, I think it was like very similar to this actually. Which makes sense. It makes sense on Deep Dip 1 because the whole map took like a week to beat. But it's oh yeah, you were talking about Deep Dip 2 actually. No worries. Okay, well that was not a good line. Okay. Okay. Fine. I'm actually not 100% sure what I should have done differently. I guess it was just... I don't know, the wet icy plastic is so weird. I need like quite a bit of speed there. I don't think I slowed down too much. If anything, I have a problem of going way too fast. Always on the very far edge of the next part. Ixon got third 50 hours later. Okay, thank you. So about this time, you know? It could make sense that it would happen around this time as well here. But of course on Deep Dip 1, like, when the map only takes less than a week to finish, it's understandable that everything's gonna be a little bit closer. Different than Deep Dip 2, when we're already on day 39, it's much crazier that the finishes were so close. Who got second? Elkhorn. This map took 6 times as long to finish, so we're looking at 300 hours. Is that playtime or real time? Yes. Okay. Both. So you basically expect one of the players to play 24/7. Oh, that was a strong plastic ones. What? This should work. Oh god, come on. I hate that beam. That beam as a turtle setup truly sucks. Oh, this might be a little bit wonky. Does work. I feel like floor 2 is specifically designed to, like, troll you, honestly. I don't really get that feeling from a lot of the floors, but I feel like a lot of the things here are specifically put in places where they can troll you as much as possible. And you know, something like floor 11, for example, like, it just has, like, really difficult tricks, but I don't really feel like they are built so that, like, you get, like, completely ridiculous mistakes if you're, like, a little bit off. There's, like, recoveries and everything. To an extent, still. Like, it's brutal because of the difficulty of the tricks, not because the mapper is trying to constantly troll you. The air brake seems to work. No, floor 13, I guess, is similar, but in a different way, in like a pathfinding way. Who is Lentilionius? Oh, that's a bit too high. Worked. Nice. I'm getting better at this jump too. I need to set this up pretty carefully because I don't want to get the second gear. Happens at 100 speed, you will get a pretty big slowdown, and that's really painful if you fail this jump. So I'm just trying to take it carefully because it's a very easy sort of straight line if you're just patient. Here we go again. Better. Good. Then the uphill. Oh. Okay. It's so bad when it goes like... If it's perfectly sideways, it's so easy. But if it goes a little bit too far, then the car will start, like, rolling backwards or forwards. But, okay, fortunately that worked. Could I not? Rest well. Okay. Alright, then the bug slide. Surely that works, yep. It's really not like a difficult bug slide, like you don't need to max out the speed or anything. I'm doing like 5 small adjustments there every time. You can sort of like release the steering a little bit to extend the line. What does SB Ville mean? Ville is my name. SB stands for Speedball, which is a Trackmania game mode that I used to play. Oh. Oh, I got the second gear. Not really comfortable with that. I'm trying to... Oh, whoops. Oh, God. The line. Okay. I don't think I've saved myself from floor 4 to floor 3 a single time yet. Not even once. Yeah, I think the second gear is possible there, but it's like a bit of a slowdown. Why don't you try to clear the floors individually with checkpoints? Do you want to have the exclusive deep dipping feel when failing on jump, or do you want to see how far you can go from floor 0? I kind of want to have the same like authentic experience that the players had when they first started this map. But once the top 3 or top 4, I guess, is decided, if they will delay it, there will be the checkpoint versions of the full map, as well as all the practice floors, so at that point I'll definitely play the checkpoint version. But for now, kinda enjoying like trying to learn the things that the players did in the same way. I'm not 100% sure like how much I would benefit from some practice anyway. Like, I would benefit for sure. But I already kind of like know the strats. I just need to, you know, try to execute them. I would probably be, like, if I really grinded the practice floors, that would really help. Oh, no. How did I hit the ceiling there? Can I just go forward? Is it... Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, that was a very lucky landing, actually. I'll take it. Did they say they officially wait for a 4th? Yeah, Zertrov said that they might, from what I've heard. But I've heard people say that Zertrov said that they might, so take it with a grain of salt, I guess. I don't even know, like, what's happening in this situation, honestly. Weird climbing. Maybe they'll wait for a day or so, yeah. Could be. Personal best, flying through. Zertrov wrote it in Lars's chat, okay. Seems reasonable. It would be good if they announced it on like official channels, I guess. Dude, how is this so painful? Come on. Just climb. Just climb. Can't be this hard. I could probably do this in another way, but this is how I've done it multiple times, so I'd rather, you know... Okay, thank you. Never mind. Okay, there we go. Thank you. No, I've seen other people do that strat as well. Not like a Ville original at all, but... I don't understand why it's so difficult to get to work. Maybe it's really just a strat's difference. Because, you know, it kind of reminds me of the floor 8 turtle unflips, where, you know, climbing the platform is going to be sometimes half a minute, sometimes 2 seconds. And I think it depends on, you know, how you do it. Just very small differences. Hazard has been really good at those flips. And then some players who seem to be newer to turtling might take like a long time. Maybe it's better with road as well, that could be. At this point, it would not be unreasonable to wait for 3rd, 4th and 5th, adding prices for 4th and 5th. The other thing is that it's all crowdfunded, so they can't just like throw in more money into the prize pool. And also, I feel like changing the prize pool and the format of the event at this point would be kind of weird. There would be a lot of players who say like, well, wait a minute, like, I would have actually played this more if I knew that there would be like 5th place prizes. So I don't know if it would be a good idea. Like, it would be nice, and it's gonna suck for whoever's 4th place right now, but I'm not really sure if there would be a better option. We'll ask the 4th guy and give him 1 week if he wants it. I kind of want to get the mapper interviews, and I kind of want to explore the practice force and everything good. No, I do get it though. I understand it. I'll wait if it comes to that. Hello, Sunday. I think it's Nico. Yeah, Nadia is not the organizer. No, this is a community event entirely. So the crowdfund basically is organized on a website called Matcherino. I don't actually know too much about Matcherino, but it's, from what I understand, it's like a competition platform where you can set up your own competitions, and people can donate to the prize pool over there, and they have $32,000. Trackmania World Tour tournaments need to be mixed tournaments with specific game modes and like 1-minute maps, so this wouldn't really work. Is Nadio even organizing any big event this year? Yes. They are organizing the World Cup. Also, like, they do the monthly Ubisoft Cups now, where you can get points. So the way the World Circuit, like the... what would we call it? The Trackmania, like, top, like, tier 1 tournament stuff works this year is by Nadio essentially delegating the tournament hosting to the community, apart from the Ubisoft monthly cups. And then community organizers can apply for their tournament to be homologated, as Nadio says, which means that your tournament will become like a official part of the World Tour circuit. And that means that players can get points towards the World Circuit in your community tournament. And there's like specific rules about what your tournament needs to be, what kind of maps they need to have, and stuff like this. So, basically, the best players from the community tournaments that have been homologated throughout the year will get to the World Cup later this year. I think it's in October or something, I don't know, somewhere there. I think the date actually was pretty weird. It was like 1 week after XP Evo, which is a LAN tournament in Germany. So it was kind of strange. I don't remember exactly when it was, but something like that. Or was it 1 week before? I can't recall. Online playoffs are 1 week after XP. Yeah, okay. So, like, you have the monthly Ubisoft Cup to get points from, which is an online tournament, and then there's, like, you know, community organizers LAN tournaments throughout the year. Oh, that's weird. Oh god. Oh. And a bunch of them have already applied for their tournaments to be part of the World Circuit, so you can get points on, like, a bunch of different events throughout the year. But it's, I think it's pretty likely that, honestly, the community tournaments will be a little bit bigger than the World Cup. Oh, don't worry, Cambro, it's not a stupid question. What is exactly Nadio when compared to Ubisoft? So Ubisoft essentially bought Nadio like a long time ago, 15 years ago. And Nadio is called Ubisoft Nadio. So it's basically like it's sort of like, we don't know what the deal is exactly, right? We don't know what their relationship is, but we do know that Nadio still has, you know, its own staff, and it kind of works independently to a degree, from what I understand. But they are using, like, you know, Ubisoft servers and stuff like this. So it's like its own sort of studio, but part of Ubisoft. So like a studio within Ubisoft. Sort of like a daughter company, I guess. Well, Activision Blizzard, isn't that like a merge? Rather than like one of them being like higher than the other. I don't know. Maybe not really. I guess it might be Activision kind of on the top. It is really hard to say though, like what exactly Ubisoft does for Nadeo and what Nadeo does for Ubisoft. It doesn't seem like there was, for example, more marketing after the Ubisoft acquisition. I'm not really, sure what they bring to the table that much. I did hear that the homologated term is used a bunch in like real-life motorsports, which I wouldn't know because I don't really follow them. How is this so hard as well? I mean, it's like it is a real word. Just unusual. I've been following motorsports for 30 years, never heard this word before. Oh yeah? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's only in some languages. Good run. Nadia would probably be bankrupt if Ubisoft hadn't bought them. I mean, maybe. Hard to say. But yeah, sometimes I have kind of wondered, like, what does Ubisoft actually do for them? Yeah, it could be like mostly like a French thing, that's true. Who are the guys who speak on the last floor? Oh, that is the Nadeo developers. The person who is, you know, mainly talking there. That's Hylis. That is the CEO of Nadeo. It was kind of surprising that they did record this kind of a thing for DB. That's super cool. Super cool idea as well from the mappers. Not this again. Can they not afford good microphones? I don't know, you need to ask them. They're so good at just ignoring hilarious typos. Look, I usually am able to kind of understand the meaning of the message, so. It's kind of weird, like, it... I wonder if they actually did record it with, like, a webcam mic, because even a phone would have better quality. Oh god. Or maybe it's on purpose like this. Maybe there's, you know, some charm to this. Maybe it's a reference to something? Dude, what is happening on this bounce? Come on. Maybe it's supposed to sound like, you know, maybe the pilot type speech you get in an airplane is kind of the vibe they're going for. Yeah, Lars is still on the dirt. Like, dude, okay, come on, let's get to 4-1 at least. They do say enjoy your flight, that's true. It's just such a huge contrast to the voice lines from Valen. So it's a little bit... catches you off guard. I'm not sure how many people... I'm not really sure how many people actually work at Nedio. I think they had like 50 plus employees at some point, but maybe they've downsized. Not sure how many developers. Do you think the hype will definitely be dead after the third place? Will you continue streaming then? I mean, streaming, of course. But I mean, of course, you know... It was never going to be like a rest of my life streaming DP2. Or for anyone, like, rest of their life playing DP2. We will also move on to other things. I'm not looking to finish this map. The checkpoint version, yes. It's gonna be fun. And you know, there's gonna be the Waterguard hunt as well. It's definitely gonna be a smaller thing than the event was, but pretty natural, I think. You will never move on. Okay. I can decipher just fine, Ion. A little bit on the edge. Oh, weird. No, no. Stop trolling. Come on. If you're gonna land upside down, just land upside down, alright? Not this garbage. Hazard on floor 1500. God damn. Good run. We might check in on Hazard then. Cast your run like you would cast anyone else. We could do that in a little bit. Let's check in on Hazard. See how that run is going. Close to 15 again. Let's get it. Okay. The bones works. Yeah, I'll stop the casting when the event is over, which means when the third player finishes. Okay, back to the turbo ceiling. There we are. And back to floor 15 it seems. This run already made it there before. About 40 minutes ago. And now we're back to those classic Hazard timers. Here we go. Clean landing, looks like. But commits to the jump. Pretty low this time, but does still land. So we keep going. Around the circle. Another plastic bones trick here. Not quite clipping the edge. It was very close, but it works. And now the flip. Gonna be a little bit on the side, but goes far enough. Into the shrimp, left side wall hug as usual. Very careful tap towards the wall, so the line stays stable. You don't get a speed loss from plastic walls. It works great. Then the wall bounce. Works fine. And we go towards the dragon again. Seems to have figured out the strategy there now. Been failing a little bit, not only for Hazard either, but now this left side beam entry and then the slightly delayed air brake, that seems to work. Landing in and delaying the air brake a little bit, the speed will be enough once again. That could be it. Late air brake here as well. Landing the front wheels on the edge and we go into the rings. Third one works. Fourth one as well. Final one is clean. Now to the ice slide, which has caused Hazard a couple runs today. Much less because of the ice slide, but more because of the dirt flick. Sometimes it's about straightening the car, which is not quite working. Sometimes it's about getting the dirt braked up at the right time. So close to floor 16. Might be wondering about what's going wrong here. Hasn't quite been working. Hazard has been super clean on this at times, and sometimes it goes a little bit wrong. No challenge in reaching this point anymore. That's what it seems to be. So it's probably just feels like a, you know, pretty tedious task to climb all the way here, and then, you know, now you get to the hard part. Landing in, third gear happens, and the slide, it's not quite on point, but we'll redo this one. full autopilot for 30 minutes up till here. Yeah. I feel him. I feel him. Kind of often looks like that as well. Has so much time spent now on all of these floors. Needs to get the last one. Back to the 100 speed and then to the third gear. Gets it. Slide. Is it a good line? We'll commit to it. It's over 200 speed and now the dirt brake tap straightens the car. Looks very good. It should land. There we are. Back towards floor 16, just the final beam. And very carefully, getting the turbo and the landing looks good. Floor 16. This loop has been a little bit tricky. The last few attempts have worked. Very precise timing to flip into the loop, not get any airtime. Hazard gets it. Now the landing. Works. Next landing, not an issue, and we go straight into the wheel hang. No practice. Sets it up. And trying to get both wheels on top, and it works first try. Now just pressing forward to land onto the plastic. There we are. Here we go again. Very, very, very careful line here. This one, all about setup. All about being sure that your line is, one, not going to crash the plastic block, and two, not going off the landing platform. It's pixels away from this right side plastic block, so if the setup costs you any kind of a line here, that can be devastating. As they're trying to line it up, but plastic is so slippery. Wants to be sure that the slight moments where the left back wheel is going over the border of the plastic block doesn't change the line. This looks very good. Still wants to get a bit more speed though. Oh, this looks good. And we go. And we land. Patience pays off. Now into the tunnel. Landing and bounces in. Now the scuffle jump. Over the first beam, under the second. Again, all about the setup. Getting maximum speed. Bouncing and lands. Leaves it on the ice as well. Again we go, and Hazard can now choose to go and practice on the dirt wall. Or can choose to continue going directly into the plastic. That's where the actual route goes. The dirt wall ride is practice for a later section. We will go for a small practice round, it seems. Getting the plastic bounce, getting the grip, works first try. Wonder if that's enough for Hazard to just go to the next part. It is. Now the plastic jumps. Not happy with that line, landing a little bit too far to the center of the quarter pipe. Wants a very direct landing to the edge of the dirt, so Hazard needs to steer as little as possible. This looks better, it's a little bit more to the side, and this time we go, air brake, bounce, and landing. Then the tricky one. This has been a tough point for Hazard. Has been here many, many times, only through one time. Key is to get around 70 speed, 75 speed. Slide sideways on the dirt. And do brake taps to increase the speed, but that is the easy part. The difficult part is going to be actually getting the line towards the landing. That is the hard part. It's very easy to get locked in an angle that goes way too far to the left. Third, already ready to go. Knows what to do. Has done it once. 77 speed here. Pretty wide line. Maybe trying to widen the line a little bit compared to before. To maybe get a more direct entry line into the ice. Maybe the line has been a little bit too tight to get the proper angle. That could be a possibility, but it's hard to say. Very strange, very unusual section. Lining up, 73 speed, gets the line. Oh, this looks good. Hits the barrier, but Hazard is able to ice slide and secure the line, and we are through the dirt ice flick. Now onwards around these flags on the beam. Careful, careful lines. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. It goes slightly too far, and this is a massive fall. Floor 13, not much use when saving these kinds of landings. And it will go all the way down to floor 9. Can't really tell what went wrong. It was extremely close. But it's just not close enough. No clue why it didn't stick. Yeah. Hazard has already done that before. And of course, like, you know, when it goes well, then we don't really pay attention to the pace, we don't really pay attention to the inputs or anything, but when it ends this way, there's like obviously going to be some questions. The poles are metal, they are not bouncy. So yeah, this one. It was the right approach. I feel like I don't really know much about this, honestly. This is a very new trick to me. I honestly don't really know, like, what there is that you need to do exactly. It's not a very common section. I don't know if there was some, like, missed input or something. I don't know. But this time it's like that. So after this, there's the dirt wall ride, the actual wall ride with the plastic bounce. Hazard has cleared this as well, landing into this one, into the tunnel, and this is the part that Hazard hasn't yet cleared. Hasn't gotten the landing here. Yeah, Hazard also not sure why it didn't work. And I mean, it's super, super close. So I don't know. Hard to say. It's still a big run for Hazard. It did kind of look like Hazard figured something out on the dirt ice section. The line was so much cleaner than before. And sure, the speed wasn't the best ever, and the line still hit the barrier on the side, but like, it felt so much more refined than the previous few attempts. So maybe he's figured out what to do there. My personal best. Lars said he would take a small break and would be back later. Yeah, I think from what I heard, Lars wasn't feeling so well, so it was gonna be like 50-50 whether he's back or not. So I guess, you know, maybe taking some rest instead would be the case. I have like a bunch of frame drops, by the way. Wonder when those happened. Need to keep an eye on that. Why do I get this every time now? Come on. Thank you. Hazard, I'm guessing we'll continue that run, right? Floor 9 is still, you know, not that bad. It's always tough to continue after a fail like that. But, you know, I feel like, at the very least, it does seem like the dirt ice flick seemed pretty good. So maybe Hazard can take something positive out of that attempt as well. Because that has been the big run killer. Still in the same spot? Okay. Huh? Okay, I have no idea what happened, but alright. Yeah, maybe checking a clip or, you know, talking to some other players maybe. Honestly, no idea why the car turned sideways on the jump. But what can you do? Watching the VOD, doesn't understand why the car lost grip. Yeah. Makes sense. One thing that could affect it is that Hazard still had dirt wheels from the dirts. I don't know if that would affect it, but it's like one small thing, I guess. I really don't think it would affect it. If anything, I think they increase grip rather than like losing it. But I guess you can go onto the beam, wait a couple seconds for the dirt wheels to go off before continuing. Are there shallow dip practice floors? Nope. I guess after the event you can go into the editor to practice shallow dip stuff though. Wouldn't be a bad idea, I guess. How's your personal experience on DD2 so far? Pretty good overall. I will say that I'm confused about some things that are happening on floor 2. But it's getting better. It is pretty satisfying to get a little bit more consistent on some section. Definitely a difficult map though. Hi Red. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Lamp. What's your personal goals with DD2? It would be nice to reach like floor 5 or 6 on this version. But also it would be nice to just finish the checkpoint version. We'll see. I'm also excited to do some stuff that I've been kind of not doing during this thing, so reaching floor 5 would already be pretty good. Okay, oh, okay, that was way too strong. Whoops. Okay, how's the session going? A lot of stuff like that. Did get to floor 4. No PB though. It's 38 hours actual driving or more from exploring and stuff. It's kind of hard to say. It's like actually driving, but I've also been like casting quite a bit during the timer, and I don't think the timer has actually stopped. So I don't know how much time I actually have on active playing. Wish the map had no turtling. I'm super unfamiliar, but it's just unpleasant to watch. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like there's not that much overall, like intentional turtling. I feel like having one floor, like floor 8 only has 3 turtles. Floor 2 has like a pretty trivial turtle as well. Like this floor 2... Floor 2 turtle, honestly, is not very difficult. Depends on, you know, who you are, I guess. But I'm not very good at turtling, so... I know the basics of it, but I'm definitely not, like, anywhere near the level of the pro guys. How did you get access to the tower? Yeah, it's a completely public map. Anyone can play it. There's like 30,000 people who have tried it. Is there any possible solution to minimize the number of dead turtles during mapping? Water. But that's mostly it. Honestly, like, the car just likes to land upside down. You just don't feel this in like normal Trackmania maps, because anytime you make that kind of a mistake that would result in your car turning upside down, you restart the run, right? I should expand it, yeah. Like this. I started using it very recently and haven't had time yet. This is not recoverable, I wouldn't think. Just like a 4-hour playlist though. So it's not really 5 songs. I've heard this song like 3 times since the stream started. Unless there's some Spotify bug, I don't think that's possible. Maybe I have it on shuffle or something, which I probably shouldn't. Even on shuffle, it shouldn't like replay them. No, I don't. Yeah, it's not even on shuffle. Okay, yeah, hazard back to floor 11. Let's see. Where would you recommend to start for someone who has never played the game before? Honestly, playing the official campaign is a pretty good start. Pretty intuitive. They are kind of, you know, the quality of the maps might be a little bit on and off. I also have a campaign myself. SB Villa campaign 23, which is supposed to be like similar to the official campaigns, but pretty balanced. Has like all the most important styles and surfaces. Apart from some of the newer things like the other cars and wood surface and stuff, I guess. That can be a pretty good place to discover different things in the game. But yeah, I think, you know, the main goal is just to explore what the game has to offer and finding things that you enjoy. Playing these kinds of campaigns is a pretty good start to that. Yeah, Spotify's shuffle doesn't really work, does it? Are the other cars relevant in competitive play? Not really, no. There's competitions for them. But in like the sort of tier 1 competitions, no. It's only this car. Will likely stay that way as well. There we go. Lars is not finished, no. Hazard also. You shouldn't put a lot of effort into learning the new cars. I mean, depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to be like world champion, then yeah, probably not. But, you know. Ghost. You know that DD2 is really hard, but is it harder to play than you imagined? Not really. I feel like I pretty much like had the right idea of what the difficulty was. I actually expected some things to be a little bit harder for me, like the turtling part here. But like, after watching it, I feel like I had a pretty good idea of what the difficulty is. I guess if you want to be like Rally Car World Champion, yeah. But honestly though, there's the older game, like the Trackmania United Forever, which has all these cars anyway, and they have some competitions there too. So that might be, like, if you want to get competitive on those cars, maybe that's like a better place. There's probably way more maps and different competitions there. Of course, this game has like things that that game doesn't have. Not only relating to gameplay, but like setting up servers and everything else. So it kind of depends. Do you think there will be a DD3? In some form, yeah. What it's gonna be, who knows. Land, please. Thank you. Is that enough? Yeah. That should work. Just need to avoid getting the 100 speed there. Need to keep it below, so you don't get the slowdown from the second gear. Why is the prize pool so much bigger than the first? There's just way more eyes on this one. That's pretty much it. Like, you know, I guess people got way more interested in this one after seeing Deep Dip 1. And in some ways, you know, the competition also taking longer, I guess, allowed people to donate to the prize pool more. Imagine you would have grinded all the hours you spent casting. What do you think? Which floor you would be on right now? Good question. Like 300 hours or something? I don't know. Maybe like floor 10? It's a really hard question. But yeah, I think probably floor 9 or 10 would be my estimate. Probably without practice floors as well, yeah. Not doing too bad. Getting closer to floor 5. It's so weird to adjust these lines, but it's working. Oh, so close. Okay. I don't know how to effectively slow down. Maybe I should just be sideways instead of turning all the way around. Spooky. Oh god, oh, that was scary. What? Is that a game lag? I think I'm having frame drops occasionally, I don't know why. So it could have been that. Trying to keep an eye on it. Hopefully it's working well enough. Doesn't seem super frequent, I don't know. Some internet thing. Seems to be okay most of the time. I mean, over this stream it's only 0.3%, so I'm guessing it's like some big spike somewhere, and now it's getting better. Oh. Okay, just forward. I think it's far enough. Steering there is gonna result in less speed. That works. Oh. I wanna get like very careful speed here. Yeah, that's good. And then this thing. Is that too far? No, I think it's landing. Nice. That was very good. Oh, no. Okay, disaster avoided. Hazard on 1500 again. Okay. Floor 14, I guess. It's hard for me to stop here. Let me see if I can get this next jump, and then we can check in. So I'll just take as much speed as possible from the very end here. I don't... that doesn't feel good. Okay, let me go maybe into the downhill instead. Just go from here. Landing, and then somewhere here. Oh, that's not quite it. Ah, that was one of my better tries. Oh, I can save this, maybe. Yeah, just jumping straight. Good. And then... maybe I can stop here. Okay, I'll just pause the game. That should be fine to continue from. Let's check in on Hazard. Yeah, on floor 15. Let's take a look. Into the shrimp. We are watching a classic Hazard run. 2 hours soon. Into the wall bounce. It works fine. I can't put his sound on because Hazard uses music, and usually pretty loud as well, so it's hard to hear the car anyway. Landing in, delayed air brake, works fine. Into the pool, again, late air brake, no issue there. Into the rings. And the jump through, there we go. Back to the ice, and it's the same old, same old. Third gear on the ice, then the slide, 200 speed. Landing in. First try, looks to work. And then the dirt brake tap. Car is a bit sideways, Hazard knows this and immediately recovers. It seems like on the Dragon, what you want to do, or what Hazard and Elcon ended up doing, was basically to start from the left side of the beam in the very beginning, and then delay the air brake a little bit. That seems like such a tiny change that I don't really know if it's like that, but I mean, it looks to be better this way. So whatever works, I suppose. Landing. Here, left side entry, turbo, and then delayed air brake. Oh no, doesn't quite make it, and the bounce again. I don't know, like that seemed to be the same way as what Hazard has done before as well. Floor 12, well, it lands to floor 12 again. So I suppose Hazard will be able to continue, but I don't get it. I don't understand. The dragon seems to be like maybe about very tiny things. That's so hard to say, honestly. I don't get it. Please don't turtle. Okay, maybe I can save this. Hold on. Oh, the slide? Okay, alright, I still got it. Oof, the downhill makes this so wonky. Fell again. Oh. Painful, painful. Yeah, Dragonian, basically, right now. Some freelance event organization as well. You think there should have been a bit more recovery routes in the map? On some floors, probably, yeah. That's a bit short. Okay. Hazard still continuing. I mean, it's been going pretty nicely overall for Hazard still. This is weird to do without the wet ISO wheels. Is that gonna be enough? Oh no, I should have probably retried. Okay, yeah. I have ISO wet wheels, by the way, so that's GG. Okay, he's going again. Alright. Well, let's hope. I need to be a bit more respectful to that ice slide, because that's kinda easy to recover, or like bail out from. No, yeah, I think the getting that far on a session makes it harder to stop, for sure. The sponge was messed up. Boing. Oh no. I saw that coming. I kind of figured the floor 4 bounce probably wasn't it. Probably wasn't it. Yeah, this is like right in between the two blocks. I don't know what it is about the pool blocks. Definitely like a lack of refinement that you can hit it on the edge and it bounces you backwards. Like there's something wrong with how the block is made. Definitely not really polished. Do you think Nadia will update plastic after this? No. There's many issues with other surfaces and blocks as well, and I don't really see those being redone, so probably not. I don't think they would really want to start changing things, because like when they started changing ice, for example, not even really because of like bugs, but just because they didn't like it, I guess. It resulted in 6 months of bugs that they didn't have the resources to fix. Hello, Alan. How did ice used to be? It used to be a lot faster to turn on ice. Also used to be slower to like drive straight on ice. There used to be ice wiggles that were very beneficial to use. There still are ice wiggles, but they don't give us as much speed. So basically same kinds of like wiggles as you can have on other surfaces to increase the speed. The reason why it's now slower to turn on ice is because when Nadio originally started fixing, big air quotes on that one, fixing ice, what they tried to do is remove ice wiggles, and they also tried to, I guess, make sure that ice wouldn't have like an input device benefit, because keyboard used to be a little bit better on ice. I think it still might be. But they tried to kind of change that. And what happened is that while trying to fix the wiggles, they basically introduced a bug that was called the slowdown bug. And basically what would happen is that if before starting an ice slide, you would do like a very small input to the other side. So for example, if you start this ice slide to the right, which you do by counter steering, so you're pressing forward left. If before starting that ice slide, you would also press right. I think it might have had to be in like left plus right. So you needed to do like a small wiggle sort of left-right thing. You would get a massive slowdown in the beginning of an ice slide. Every single time. This was kind of like a byproduct of them trying to fix wiggles, so to try to fix the wiggles, I guess they just gave like a slow down whenever you would do like left-right inputs. And that worked really bad, because you would sometimes just have to do left-right inputs to like correct your line, for example. So it wasn't like a good thing at all. And that was the game for 6 months. So what they did to fix the slowdown bug was basically force it every single time. So essentially now you're always getting a slowdown when you start an ice slide. So it's consistent at least. And I mean, at this point I'm used to it, I guess. Do any of these pros go back and forth between controller and keyboard? Not really. Some of them, like Granadi for example, do play with keyboard and wheel though, because some techniques are really tough to do on wheel, which is Granadi's main device. So Granadi, for example, for the turtling parts, switches to keyboard. I don't know why they wanted to remove the ice wiggles, yeah. Not sure. Stove surface? I think some kind of a surface to get rid of icy wheels would be actually really nice. Same as dirt and sand get rid of wet wheels immediately. Honestly, I feel like ice wiggles were alright. Was not a bad mechanic. The problem with ice wiggles was that you needed to use action keys to get the perfect one. So you would need to limit your steering percentage to get like a good wiggle. And I guess that was the like main thing why they changed it. I suppose they didn't want the game to be reliant on action keys. They wanted action keys to limit the or to allow the player to kind of like, you know, do some things that they might not be able to do normally. Like steering at very low percentages on keyboard. But they didn't want it to be like a mandatory thing that players had to use. Please climb. Okay. I mean, we still use action keys for like a bunch of things though. I don't know how the new wiggles work. Can't remember. I've done them on exactly one map. And what I remember is that they're very weird, mainly. Okay, I'll have to try this from here. I really would prefer to chain this. It's actually way easier to chain, but let's try. Yeah, I don't really like that. It's so weird, the surface. It's like so close to ice, but so different. This looks good. Okay. The Midori downhill is like a good example of ice wiggles, yeah. Wasn't it only action key 4? I'm not sure. Maybe it was more. Those virtuals map. Famous map. For many reasons. Are there blocks which change the state of the map? Like, let's say timing blocks which open and close gate? I wish. I wish we had some, like, interactive blocks that you could use as like buttons or something, but it's not possible. That would be a huge game changer. We do have moving blocks and such, but we don't have any way to like have the player affect how they work. It should work. If I can slow down, yeah. Why isn't it possible? I mean, because there's just no functionality included by the developers for it. and the community hasn't been able to reverse engineer or anything like that with plugins. Oof. Very. Oh, that was too close to the turbo. What? No, come on. I know what I did wrong. I know, it was my fault, but I really did not think that it was wrong. Come on. Here we go. Where am I? Yeah, so what I did wrong is I went over 90 degrees, just barely. I didn't even see it myself, but yeah, the bug slide is only possible if you have less than 90 degree angle. Okay, so I guess... Oh, I don't like this at all. Is there absolutely anything else that I could do? I don't really think so. Looks pretty bad. There's a plastic block here. Oh, you can go to this plastic block? I would like to get maybe to the ice directly. But it looks scary. Maybe I'll just try to go... Well, the plastic block is bad as well. This jump? Nah, there's no way. Not a chance. Oh, I could actually. I could drop down here and then go into the pool. But how do I make this jump? I just guess, I suppose. Probably just a content creator, Campero. I mean, you could say a lot of things, I guess. Sand is very slow. Can I do this by just going, you know, taking a little bit of speed? I feel like it's gonna be enough. I'm just gonna try it. I feel like it's gonna work. Somewhere here. Oh, that went too far. Oh, I missed the sand as well. It is so difficult to see that. Maybe Cam 3 would have been better in hindsight. Okay, it definitely wasn't too far though. Weird recovery spot to do. Hi Anomaly, thank you. Could try it with top-down Cam 7. Yeah, but I would need to change the plugin settings because, you know, the plugin disables Cam 7 movements. Could be interesting, I guess. Trackmania? Oh, yeah, that was like 3 hours ago when I showed it. It is Trackmania. Okay. Try again. I do have like... I feel like I have frame drops today like every 10 minutes or so. Like a couple. I don't know why. That is very strange. I need to look into that a little bit. think the last half an hour it's been like a couple of seconds total. No one's finished 3rd place yet. Yep, Lars and Hazard mainly, and Schmaniel also. Floor 16, but doesn't quite have as much practice there as the other two. I mean, both Lars and Hazard have been getting some really good runs today. Hazard almost got to the dirt wall ride again, but failed the beam with the flags right before. Has a non-streamer finished them yet? I mean, there's 2 finishers only, and because the prize pool requires you to stream your run, you know, everyone's streaming. Are these kinds of community tourneys regulated, actually? How do you mean? Like, how, like, from a legal standpoint? Organizing something like this? Depends on the country. I guess when they do it through the Matcherino platform, that, like, they might be taking care of the, you know, legal stuff. I know that in Finland, organizing something with this kind of a prize pool would be huge pain. You'll need to get all kinds of permits. Finland mentioned. Does it count when it's a Finnish person mentioning it? That was close. Counts for you? Okay. Time to mention Sweden. Not sure if it's as difficult to organize stuff in Sweden. I think it's probably easier. Finland is pretty special when it comes to the difficulty of giving away any kind of prizes. It wouldn't be gambling. As much luck as you might need to finish this map, it wouldn't be gambling. There's like a difference between like a sports tournament and like organizing like a raffle type of thing. When there's like a, you know, effort and skill required to get the first place, then doesn't go into the gambling side. Time for Norway. Like it's even easier in Norway. Like, you know, we've had a bunch of Norwegians organize things in Trackmania with big prize pools, so I would imagine it's a little bit easier. Oh no. Okay, well, maybe it lands here just fine. Air brake. Come on. Nice. I'll take it. I don't know anything about competitions in Denmark either. Oh, this is bad. Okay. I don't know if there's a good camera for this kind of a fall. The dragon might be a bit of a gamble right now. $30K is lunch money in Norway. Could be the reason why it's not as strict. Hazard has gotten past the dirt wall, yes. One time. Failed the jump after. This was on the same day as when Bren and Elcon finished the map. Come on. Here we are. Finland is pretty nice this time of the year, though it's very... the weather is very random. Oh, come on, how hard is it to do this? It's really these ice saves that are the hardest ones. Oh, visit the slush? Oh, interesting bounce. Alright, sure. I don't really know if there's anything similar to gaming, but I mean, there's different sort of like conventions and stuff. Pretty small if you compare it to everything they have around the world. But you know, they do exist. Was there when it was still very snowy. Honestly, that could still be from like October to May. Maybe like even September to May. Even sometimes in June there's like a little bit of snow. But that's pretty rare. Pretty sure we did have snow in May still this year. July or August are usually pretty snow-free. We went in February? Yeah, I mean that's, you know, pretty much the peak of the winter season. Haven't seen snow for ages. Oh yeah? We have plenty over here. In like a week already. You actually did have snow in June? Oh yeah, the cottage culture in Finland is really cool. And the sauna culture. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Epic Dude. I'm so used to the snow every single year. And I'm used to this happening as well, unfortunately. Last winter was insanely cold as well, minus 40 degrees Celsius. I don't think we quite had minus 40 in the south, but like minus 30 at some point, I think. I think today it was like 18 to 20 degrees. We're getting kind of to the rainy portion of the summer right now. How is this so hard? Get sauna tomorrow for the first time in months. Oh yeah? Actually, it's been probably months for me as well, actually. I don't know how long. To be fair, like, the past week has been so warm that you don't really feel like going to sauna anyway. Why is sauna such a religion in Findoland? I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's just something that, like, I don't know where it started from really. I suppose you can like say like, alright, well, it's cold in the winter, so it's kind of nice to warm up somewhere, right? But then you invent this thing. Or, you know, maybe you learned it from somewhere else, some other country, and then you added it, and then people say like, oh, that's cool. And now it's like a big thing. I'm not really sure. There might be some, you know, spiritual parts to it as well, historically. Yeah, for sure. Ghost Throne. It's also like a very sort of how would I say it? It's like a place where everyone's kind of sort of equal. Like it's not necessarily uncommon for like company like CEOs and stuff to have meetings there. And you know, when everyone's kind of like sitting there without clothes, it's kind of like everyone's in the same standing. No one has like fancy watches or anything. Some expensive suits. That's really weird. Yeah, I can say how it would sound like it's weird. But it's very normalized in Finland. We are deep down the dip. Great call. I'm still good at casting, it's just that most of the time there's really no one to cast, right? Never been to a sauna? Oh yeah? Well, if you ever go to Finland, there's public saunas like everywhere. You've been to the wrong sauna, Spam. I mean, there's like some weird stuff about the sauna culture as well, like the people who want to compete, trying to stay in the hottest sauna possible. They stopped organizing the sauna world championships or whatever in Finland when the competitors took painkillers to try to withstand the heat more, and then one of them died. That was the end of those competitions. That was a fast fall. Good speed. I imagine Hazard is also taking painkillers right now. I regret it now, but I did once have to take painkillers to finish Trackmania map. I was on a 10-hour run, and I could barely move my fingers anymore. I wouldn't do it again though, it was a bad idea, and I don't recommend it. I did finish the map though. Yeah, it was Camperon. It's brutal. Obviously taking painkillers was against the rules, but you know. Still like a pretty dumb idea for a competition. Because the sauna goes to like 110 Celsius or something. Like it's just a very bad idea. You're literally being cooked. I had no idea speedrunners do painkillers. It's maybe a little different that I took one painkiller one time to finish a map than like doing painkillers. It's a little different connotation. Can't speedrun without painkillers? Oh, is that the rule? I never knew. would it make it more sense to take something that brings you more concentration instead of killing pain? The problem was that I just couldn't move my fingers anymore. So that seemed to solve the issue. Wasn't really a focus issue. Can show later how shoot main looks like. I did show like 2 hours ago very quickly. We're probably gonna do some shoot mini streams in the near future though. At some point. It's an FPS game. Honestly, the visuals are very dated at this point, but it's kind of a medieval environment for some reason. Dude, how am I feeling this so much? Come on. It's very odd, but the mechanics are really cool. How's Hazard doing? Floor 10? Okay. Thank you. Have you played Kaki as well? I have. It's not really a painkiller thing though, because usually it's like, generally speaking, Trackmania is not really mechanically that exhausting. Depends a bit on what you play, and like, if you're playing like some 10-hour map, for example, like, you know, there's like a 20-lap version of the endurance map that we built a couple years ago, Threat of Ariadne. That lasts like 7.5 hours or so. So, like, when you play something like that and you're not taking breaks, then yeah, like, your hands start hurting. But like, compared to like an FPS game, like a mouse game, it's probably not going to be as like physically exhausting. From experience at least. And on Kaki also, because you're restarting the run so much, you don't really get like the physical side too much. Kaki question, do you have 2 minutes per map and then there's a completely random other map after that? So usually how it works is that you get 10 minutes per map, and in the beginning of the event you will have a fixed map order. Basically, if there's 50 maps in the season like there is right now, you play map 1, then map 2, map 3, map 4 and so on. Then on the 2nd or 3rd week of the event, usually the 2nd I think, the maps get ordered by difficulty on different servers. So that means that you will have the easiest maps on one server with 10-minute timer, then you have like the mid difficulty maps on another server with like maybe 15-minute timer, and then the hardest maps on another server with the 20-minute timer. It's usually like only maybe 10 maps on the harder server, and then usually there's most of the maps are going to be the easier ones. Can you imagine the tech heavy maps like the one that played in the last 24-hour race are pretty hard on your house? Oh, for sure. I feel like one thing that currently is going on, the 1-hour tech map, that would probably be very physical if you're like grinding that for like a full session. Yeah, no, usually there's like 10 servers that you can play on as well, so you can kind of choose which map you want to play. The server rotation is actually a big part of the Kagi. On the hardest maps, let's say the hardest map of the competition might come online in like, you know, every 3 or 4 hours. So there might be a player who, you know, gets sleep a little bit, takes like a nap before the next rotation comes in. That is a thing that happens. It's pretty interesting in the like final week of Kaki if the competition is very tight. Top players often are like making their schedules match the map rotation. If you enter the server but the map is already 10 minutes on, you only have 5 left, for example. Yeah, if it's on a 15-minute timer, yes. How? Dude, come on, what? I don't understand. How can it flip like this from that angle? What? What is this map? What is that flaw, really? I don't understand how Lentilin has been able to build this kind of a section where you turtle so often. Find the Kakiest Kaki maps to not be very creative. Just comes from the fact that the editor is so much more limiting. You don't have custom blocks. You can't build off-grid. So you're like kind of locked into the specific placements in the editor for blocks. I feel like it's very creative for what it is, which basically means that, you know, they've been able to make hundreds of these different types of maps, even with the like limitations of the editor. Hey, cheers, Ghost. Probably will not reach floor 6, maybe I'll reach floor 5. I'm mostly just looking for Hazard to get some rounds going though. We'll see. And no worries. See you later, dude. You do kind of end up recycling a lot of ideas and boundaries and such when you build in TMNF, because the editor just doesn't have that much stuff that you can build. It's pretty rare, Kampuro. It's all good. Usually it's fine to just ignore them. Okay, the ice slide is still so weird every time. I don't know. Like, I don't really struggle with the ice slide itself, but just the entry and the adjustments are weird to do on this angle. You'll be fine, Bum. I mean, you'll have a lot of time. The Keki Reloaded season only starts in November. There we are. And... okay. At least I'm getting to floor 2 pretty often. There we go. Hazard around 13, thank you. We can check in after I fail this jump again. Okay. Probably have time to do a couple more before 14. Honestly, at this point, Hazard 14 is super clean as well. It is still difficult though. Some very tricky jumps on the second half. That'll do. Now? Okay. Let's check in just a moment. See if I can get to the bowl. Good. Okay, I can probably park here. Let's check in then. Thank you, Logitech G-Hub, for telling me what my mouse DPI is. I definitely didn't know it. Here we go. Already on the long part. Let's check in. A 50-minute run this time. Into the turbo. Gets it. Gets the grip. Let's hope you won't turtle. I paused the game anyway. Should be fine. Then just the direct line, straight line. The front wheels grip the ground. Now the counter steers, looks to bounce, and we should be in the pool. Well done. You will hold your breath until someone finishes this map. I would not recommend that. Water pipe jump to the right. Upside down, but savable as usual. Be able to line up against the wall. Players definitely are prepared for this to happen. Going for this specific wall that happens to be the safest one because it's flat. The others are a little bit wonky with the shape. Now the bounce works again. And the final jump. Here it is. Well, not really. There's actually a final jump after, but the turbo ceiling gets the grip, gets the push into the pool. No issues. No problem. And now the actual final jump. Floor 15, one more time. I do like how Hazard has the checkpoint counter at the bottom. 0 out of 0 checkpoints taken. Getting the quarter pipe. Then the entry. Really only two things on this one. Just the entry speed from the specific point, turning all the way around the hole, getting the speed, and now it's gonna be about the plastic bounce. Flipping upside down, and it's close to the edge, but does go through clean. So here we go. Shrimp time. Again, careful line. Hugging the wall on the left. Making sure the car will flip clean. And it will. Wall bounce, beam landing, and then the dragon. There we are. So I'm still unsure why this sometimes just is not working, even with the new, very small strategy change. Maybe Hazard knows. The speed should be fine. Air brake. Oh, but it's too low again. I just don't know. I just don't know, like, what it can be. Back to floor 12. Well, it lands again. But why? Like, what's going wrong? It is actually like... I feel like some kind of a closer landing from the dragon would probably be fair. I wonder why they didn't want to do that. Maybe they really thought that it would be much easier to reach that point. Like, you know, floor 14 still has like similar sections that have like recoveries that are like more fair. Like much easier parts where you can drop into like a pool if you fail it. But yeah, the dragon, I don't know, maybe the players just haven't figured out the correct strategy. Maybe there's just something that they're missing. I think the mappers will mostly share the intended ways on the map, yes. After the event is over. Well, Hazard again will continue the climb. I'm really not sure. Well, floor 12 is not the worst ever. No one's tried approaching the boost from the other side. I think it would probably not change too much. You would probably still get like pretty much the same type of landing. And it would be much harder to set up. Elcon did really good progress, especially on floor 16. True. Catching up was a huge feat. Now, it's really just about that one run for both Hazard and Lars. I think the landing was honestly, like, from what I saw, I think the landing might have been a little bit more on the front left wheel, and maybe that kills your speed somehow. I would be kind of surprised, but I mean, maybe it can affect it. So hard to say. I guess, you know, maybe once the event is over, maybe we'll see Kuba's attempt there, or Kuba's method, and it's maybe gonna be completely different, I don't know. Too far to the side. I'm not sure if there's much I can do. Well, let's see. Maybe Hazard gets this run going. Dude, what is with the dropped frames today? It's still like, I feel like it's occasionally dropping, like every half an hour it's dropping like a little bit. Strange and unusual. I am still looking for the first checkpoint. I actually do have the checkpoint counter as well. Was it not a speed or some kind of clip on the inside of the dragon itself? It's not, it can't be really a clip, I don't think. I don't really know what you would be able to clip there. It has to be something about the landing in the middle of the dragon. The speed seems stable every single time. I don't think it's a speed question. Elcon had the same speed like every single time and it still didn't always work. It's something about like the middle landing on the plastic in the dragon. But I don't know what it is exactly. It's been working most of the time. Maybe Hazard knows what went wrong. Probably possible. It does seem like even if Hazard doesn't know, it's gonna be okay to just brute force it. Like, it really sucks when it doesn't work, because it's such a long way back, even if it lands pretty often to floor 12. But yeah. What else can you really do? It's not like you can start like practicing different strats there at this point, or, you know, it wouldn't really be smart. You're just gonna try what has worked for you before and hope that it eventually gets through and you can finish the map. Hello, Baba Yaga. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, exactly, Rosenblatt. So it's... Oh yeah, right there, actually. Right there it happened. I don't think it's enough for me to, like, start restarting anything right now. But it is a bit annoying. Connection issues are always the most frustrating ones. If it gets much worse, then I'll reconsider. Play console and I'm new to the game, but been trying to leaderboard chase. Got a new couple top 1000s in British Columbia. Nice. Want to watch people like you guys to learn more? Ah, all good. I will say that I'm not like a top player or anything, but I guess I'm doing okay. Fine watching? Okay. Good to hear. Should be okay tomorrow anyway. I don't like this angle. So weird to set up. You can just press like backwards for some reason and line it up that way. Like how? How is it every time? Yeah, we do like answer questions and explain things though. So if you have anything, that is kind of my specialty. Streaming and adept at the game at the same time. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Might need to start grinding at some point. Maybe try to get some good track of the day records or something. Surely I can do this, come on. Usually it's just like going far enough back that you kind of make the car a little bit less balanced and then you can climb. Come on. Yeah, like that looked pretty good. Maybe a little bit to the side at the same time. Okay, sure. Maybe it's about the wood specifically or something. Top 1 Finnish player? Nah, that's not possible. We have some players who are like insane at everything. There's people in stream chat right now who are much better than me in Finland. Fishu, for example, has been really good. Has been really good at every kind of track of the day map recently. Mika is French. Lives on the... what is it called again? Some island. Reunion. We do have very good Finnish ice players though. Twist, very good, for example. Happy if I get some top 500 for my province. Not gonna be national level player. Fair enough, yeah. Don't have the patience. Trackmania is a very patient heavy game if you wanna improve, that's fair. Oftentimes it's just about putting in enough hours into a map or style. Oh yeah, that's kind of rough, F. Also, like, Belgium has to be one of the toughest countries to get any kind of good runs on. Germany is probably the worst though. Come on. Okay, that should work. Oh, wait. Does it? I did one input. Okay. There we go. Yo, Wessel, thank you so much for the 2 months. Much appreciate you. How's that at 1500? Okay, thank you. Let me get to floor 2. You just got brand to your region, that's true. Australia is getting harder and harder. Germany and France, yeah, I think Germany is probably even more stacked. when it comes to like all kinds of different campaign maps and stuff. Like you have some truly top hunters in Germany on campaign and stuff. Yeah, sure, like on the competitive level, France is super strong, though I guess Bren probably is on the Australian leaderboard now. But like campaign hunting, you have like hobbits, and then you have like grenadiers and all kind of larces and whatever. Well, here we have one Danish player trying to compete a Trackmania map. Once more, onto floor 14. Oh, slightly misses. That might land. Back to floor 13 though. Will land in a turtle, but an active turtle. If Hazard can turn this around. Tries to drop down. Is there anything below at all? Crystals. Oh no. The ice on floor 10 is below. It bounces. Ah, misses the dirt as well. Misses floor 9 too. I might go to the pool. And it will. That is a painful fall yet again. And honestly, it's brutal to watch. Brutal to watch. It is a very difficult part of floor 14. It's kind of, you know, understandable. Like, sometimes that just fails. Never gonna be 100%. But you know, you would hope it to actually go through. Eventually. But having the patience for that is pain. Can't play as Australian yet. Not even on the like national leaderboards. I guess like for the competitive scene there's like different rules maybe. Hi Beetolf. Were you putting in your money on for the number 3 spots? I don't really know. It's looking kind of tough for both, honestly. Like, they are getting really good runs really far into the map. But, yeah, like, both just need one run. So it's not really about consistency or, like, you know, the overall performance on the map. Really just about that one run. Either Lars or Hazard can get it. Manuel, I guess, has a chance, but only if this takes, like, quite a bit longer, still. I think Shmanuel needs a little bit more time to learn floor 16 consistently. You still need to be pretty good at the, like, early tricks there. Watched a handful of videos on Trackmania and struggled to understand speed slide and how it's performed and how it works. Depends on the surface, but basically, like, let me do this run and I can show a little bit. Hard to show on this map, there's very few speed slides. Oh, okay, alright, well, I'll take it. That was a little bit close, but alright. high. Okay, worked out. I'm really good at estimating the height now. Like, depending on my entry, I can get like a pretty good line. That should work too. Nice. There's a couple speed slides on this map, but yeah, very few. I don't think so, Bucky. I wouldn't be sure. Okay. Am I able to speedrun this floor yet? A little bit. No, that's a terrible line. Let's not take any unnecessary risks. Oh. Dude, the camera angle is miserable. I don't know what to do there. It's so bad. I don't want to do camera 2 because it's gonna be even worse. It would be so easy to save if I just could see. I know exactly how to do that. It's been a while since I played as well. I think that was still like very early days in the early access. Looked kind of cool back then though. Oh, but yeah, the speed slides. Okay, so the easiest way that you can test out speed slides is probably by just building like a long dirt thing. So for example, just take a start line, put it here, and then give like a couple turbos. There are gear changes in the game, and you can't speed slide through those. So like you can practice those as well if you want, but I would recommend that when you get into this, also don't worry about this plugin. Easier for me to do this like this. So yeah, when you're first trying this out, it's maybe best to just focus on the speed slides. So like 2 yellow turbos and then just placing dirt blocks like this. And how speed slides basically work is that, let's see, okay, maybe I'll put one more turbo. So the 5th gear and the last gear happens at 340 speed. So if I can just get that from the turbos, yeah. So now we have like 4 speed. So speed slides work on dirt and grass and plastic above 200 speed, but it's kind of tricky to like manage them there. You can, but then you need to care about the gear changes and everything. So if you're doing any kind of a drift, including a speed slide, during a gear change, that will give you a slowdown. So that's why it's maybe easier to understand it in this 5th gear sort of scenario, where you don't need to like worry about anything like straightening the car, exiting the drift. So, okay, if I just drive straight forward, I can get to the end in 13 seconds. So how speed slides work is basically by overlapping the front and back skid marks of the car. Let me disable the coast for a little bit. So basically your goal is not to do like this, because now you're drifting when the skid marks are separating. So you notice also that I'm losing speed every time I'm doing this. What you want to do is keep like a very slight overlap with the skid marks, and you can do this by just doing like a one directional turn. Let me do this kind of an area here so I can show that as well. So basically, you can keep the like very small overlap like this. This is a speed slide. They're basically overlapping the front and back skid marks. They're like a little bit separate, but you're still like overlapping them. Usually it's on dirt at high speeds especially, it needs to be like a very big overlap. But you can also do it like this. So this is gonna be a wiggle. And we can get to the finish at 12.5 seconds, about 1 second faster, right? So basically like doing a very small wiggle and keeping an eye on the skid marks of the car. You might have a little bit different skid marks. This is a plugin that you can get on PC to change the color. But like a small kind of a wiggle like this, that's really all that you need. And then depending on the map, like if you want to get to gear shifts, so if we want to try to also get the gear shifts in, then you need to just exit the speed slide whenever you get one. So if I... Okay, let me just do... Okay, let me first do these wiggles here. By doing it clean. So every time I get to close to a gear shift, which basically you can listen to the car. So the fourth gear happens at 235 speed, and then the fifth one happens at 342 roughly. So apart from those moments, you can keep doing this small wiggle. So now if I just show this in a way where... Do I have the ghost on? Yeah. So if I just kind of do these speed slides through the gear shifts, you can see what the impact is. So I'm getting like a pretty heavy speed loss by not caring about those gear shifts at all. So it's pretty important to care about those too. But yeah, those are like the couple things. Yeah, this is Editor++. It's Control F, and then you can just drag the mouse like this still. It's very useful. Always been starting on drift and going over too far. Yeah. Just like focusing on the front and back skid marks can be really helpful. Is Hazard still going, by the way? Still going, yeah. Floor 8. Oof. Let's see. Maybe. Maybe it's gonna go through. Yeah, thank you. IMPD. So on road, the speed slides are much more precise, and they only start at like 400 plus speed. I wouldn't really worry about road speed slides too much. You only really need them in full speed maps, and it's generally not like something that... On full speed, you will probably improve more by just focusing on the lines first. You can get into road speed slides once you kind of level up in everything. That's one of the toughest things to do. Great bones. Yeah, no worries. Bye-bye, Yaga. Well, you don't need to worry about gear shifts on full speed maps. You're basically always over 400 speed. I feel like most full speed players don't even know that the game has gears, mostly. You don't really need to know. There's just like, you know, 2 turbos in the beginning of every single full speed map, and that's it. Then you're already on the highest gear. Top 3 mysteries for full speed players are brake button, gears, and ice. True. there's very specific things about speed slides that are kind of wild though. On full speed maps, there's like upside down magnet speed slides and whatever. But you shouldn't worry about those. Because I can tell you that I've made it to Division 1 in Cup of the Day on full speed maps multiple times, and I absolutely do not care about magnet upside down speed slides. I've never tried one, and I'm not interested in trying it. Honestly, you can probably get to like Division 3 without speed slides, often on full speed maps. Yo, Baba Yaga, thank you so much for the Prime. Much appreciated. Or, you know, some Galaxy STs. Galaxy Drifts. Which is also an upside down speed slide, but different. Don't land upside down, please. Thank you. Maybe I just need to ask the car every time. Maybe I could have had enough time if I reacted fast enough to slow down. Do you stream daily? Pretty much. At this point. Going forward, probably at least 6 days a week. Should be streaming like tomorrow, for example. Do you lose wet wheels faster on road by driving back and forth, or just staying still and waiting it out? I think it's faster when you drive like back and forth. I'm pretty sure it is. I haven't really done the math. I know that icy wheels, at least, you lose faster if you move. I think wet wheels are the same. Hey, cheers, blah blah. Hope you have a great evening. Just get out and use a hairdryer. I don't know if hairdryer is part of the Trackmania car accessories. Maybe that could be the block that removes icy wheels. Hairdryer block. Would actually be kind of interesting to have like a wind block or something. Minecraft wind block? Wait, is there one? One thing I'm really glad about is that wood doesn't remove icy wheels instantly. I guess, like, you know, there would be a lot of wood. I mean, wood is a way to not have to deal with icy wheels, though. Like, you still keep the grip, right? But yeah, it would be nice to just have, like, an effect block or something that got rid of icy wheels. Come on. Good save. Oh, you never played Minecraft? Okay. Hi, Hiko. Yeah, something like a hot block, lava block, something. You know, something like that would be nice. Just any kind of a way to get rid of icy wheels immediately. Like, you know, we have 2 different blocks that get rid of wet wheels immediately. So it would be nice to have that for ice as well. Hello, Kryjak. Yeah. Oh. Not the best line. Yeah, no 3rd place finish. Still waiting. Although they're still playing though. Eventually it has to happen, I would imagine. Does a reset block not put the car back in baseline state, including squeeze? Nope. It only resets different effects. Basically there's like, you know, for example, you could have an engine off block that turns off the engine. So that kind of stuff reset blocks does get rid of. But the wheel state, like wet wheels, icy wheels, whatever, does not reset. Maybe eventually we'll get something. But it's so useful to have like dirt and sand to get rid of wet wheels. Like here, for example. You land into the pool and then you have dirt to get rid of the wet wheels. So you can continue right away. Icy wheels you usually need to wait. Oh, what kind of a bounce is that? No. I don't really think the failing the floor 16 loop, the very beginning, I don't think that's really a bug. It's really just like a precise line that they need to get. Do you think you can beat this? Not really my goal. Would be cool to reach floor 5 even. Not too far from that, actually. Oh. Haven't played Trackmania in months, but could absolutely destroy DD2 on my first attempt. Yeah, I'm sure. 100%. Come on. Why is this always so wonky? There we go. Hazard did get almost to the dirt wall right earlier. Failed the beam just before with the flags. everything is failable. Like, sure, we didn't see Bren or Elcon fail on those, but, like, it wouldn't be there if it was safe. Yeah, Xenia, not really my goal, but would be nice to reach, like, floor 5 even. I'll finish the checkpoint version, though. Hi, Maka. Yeah, once the top 3 or 4 have been decided... Oh, no, 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 no. How is that so difficult as well to fail, or to save? Okay. I'm getting fried. Maybe I'll get some water, some hydration. How's Hazard doing? $11? Okay, maybe that run goes through. Let's see, let's see. Okay. Yeah, so the checkpoint versions and the practice, all the remaining practice floors, they're gonna be either after top 3 have finished, or if the organizers want to wait also for the 4th place run, which would be either Hazard or Lars, I suppose. Maybe they'll do that, we'll see. But yeah, it's probably just after the 3rd place, or like a couple of days after that. Did any of the mappers finish the map before releasing? Nope. Yeah, a segmented run was finished, basically. So not the whole map in once, but they did actually finish like every floor. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. Getting some water. Okay, Egon and Macam, good luck. Good luck with the exams. You got this. Alright. Let's try again. And let's see if Hazard gets this run going as well. Map is pretty tricky though. Music suddenly became so loud. It's been the same volume all the time, but I guess, you know, sometimes it's a little bit quieter on the songs. Unless OBS had something weird happen. Did Bren hunt Waterguard and Shallow Dip? Didn't get it at least. I don't understand what's here. Well, okay. I think I got inverted steering for a little bit. Alright. Classic. Oh, you had music playing on another tab. Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, really looking forward to the checkpoint version though. Would be nice to get to test all the tricks on this map. Still kind of has this feeling that the map is kind of a puzzle, and even though 2 people have finished it, we haven't like fully solved everything. Yeah, I'll get 3rd place in no time, Fated, no worries. Hello. On this version, do you think there's a floor you'd get stuck at for very long? I mean, every floor I would get stuck for days, probably. I think floor 7 would probably be painful. And I think floor 11 also. I think it would be the same ones. I think I'm decent at ice, so maybe I would do okay on floor 10. Not this again. I know this is possible. Need to go a little bit... yeah. The 0 to 10 version would be kinda... that would be already something. 114 again? Okay. Let's check in. I haven't played any of the practice floors. Learned every trick on this version so far. We'll see. Maybe after getting to floor 5, I could change the strategy. Well, let's see then. Hazard. Back on the run. Here we go again. Floor 14 for... I don't know how many times Hazard has been here today. Run approaching those 2 hours now. I think this is the run that has 2 falls, at least maybe 3 falls from the dragon. Something there is not working. So, we'll keep an eye on how this goes. Last time there was a mistake on this floor though, as well, or at least a little bit earlier. Failing the quarter pipe jump. Definitely knows how to do it though. Wanna watch you do the higher floors? No offense, it would be cool to see the tricks from a non-pro player. Yeah, no worries. I'll definitely play them. I think I have a decent understanding of how to do everything, but well, executing some of the more precise sections will be tough. Here we go. Bouncing, counter steer, and the 2 bounces here work as well. Pretty close to the edge of the pool, but maybe Hazard is releasing there as well. There will be 2 versions with checkpoints, one with 1 checkpoint on every wall, every floor, and one with like 10 checkpoints per floor. This is the quarter pipe jump. Line works. Bit of a sketchy landing, maybe, but it does work. The bounce here works as well, no issue. We keep going towards floor 15. Clean landing. Through the turbo and then into the ceiling. Yeah, of course you go. That's why I'm here. Final jump of 14, and we're back to the dragon floor. There we are. Jump to the left, gets a clean one, so we go in. Oh, that's not gonna hit though. Oh no, that's a little bit too far to the left. Where is this landing? It bounces on floor 13, lands. Okay, that is not a big landing area, so we will call this one of the better outcomes to that. It goes directly into floor 13. I think Hazard might need to do some... Well, okay, no. Honestly, looks like Hazard has maybe done this before. Somehow. I don't understand how that would be possible. Let's just follow the run then. It's in the beginning of floor 13. It's not the worst possible outcome for sure. I mean, you know, at this point you're tired of doing this floor for sure. Tired of doing 14 as well, but you will take this over having to do like everything from floor 8 again. We are back to the bobsleigh loop here. Usually 4-5 loops and you get enough speed then. Once you're ready, you go to the side, land in the pool. There we go. Floor 13 is visually a little bit of a mess, that's true. But that's intentional, I'm sure. Falling from floor 16 was the most common floor to land on. It's gonna be either floor 12 in some specific cases, or it's going to be floor 13. And the issue with floor 13 is that it has all these crystals that you will bounce on, so you will likely not get a very good landing. So really floor 12 in the first half is the only possible, like, realistic save. And if you make a mistake on the second half of floor 16, then that's usually just GG. Yeah, floor 15 is possible too. Floor 14 also. From the very beginning. Or, you know, 15 probably. Most realistic. Really, 14 only works from the loop, I guess. Bouncing in, air brake, just before the bounce. This should land. Amazing, says the map. Why do they always hit the wall there? Do you mean on the turnaround before the big jump or something? I wasn't really paying attention to that specific point. But if it's there, then it's most likely that it's just faster than braking. Small optimization. Into the wall right. Seems to work. Landing is good. This floor has truly transformed. It's crazy to see that this is being done so quickly now by all of the players, when initially it seemed to be like a huge run killer. Now, very much figured out. Everything works, just the final jump onto the ice. Need to be kind of careful here. Lands in, hits the pole. Here we go, very clean. Same stuff again, floor 14. Yeah, it goes. What floors seem to be the most liked or disliked by players? I think floor 1 and 2 are pretty disliked, and I think, for example, like floor 9 and 12 are pretty liked. Maybe floor 12 is pretty popular, because it's one of the more consistent ones, I guess. Whole clip, a little bit of a grind. You need to be careful that you don't fall into the wrong side of the hole, and at the same time you do need to kind of go into it to get the bounce, and Hazard gets it now. And now into Spider Sense again, these turbo walls. Spider Sense being the floor name. What's your best on Deep Dip 2? I made about 500 meters so far in like less than a week. So the late parts of floor 4. Yeah, I don't really know much about the Hazard floor in Deep Dip 1. I never played it myself. Clean landing, straight jump, and it works. Good jumps here too, and now the quarter pipe. And one more time at the turbo wall, hopefully for the last time, but you never know, of course. Bren had 10 and 11 highest, interesting. I guess 11 was like a cool challenge to figure out. Well, again, a little bit of a sideways line this time, hopefully not too far to the side. I think it will land to the pole still. Very much to the edge, but still works. You have a personal goal for DP2. Reaching floor 6 would be nice, and finishing the checkpoint version. Landing here. Perfect. Then the bounce again. There we are. Close to floor 15 one more time. There we go. Finally just the turbo sealing, getting the grip onto these upwards turbos, and it works out. There we are. This one? This run? This is all from the beginning. 2-hour run, almost. This time the quarterback jump works. Should be landing in. Unless you mean like my runs, pulse. There we go. Now just the flip to the plastic. Looks good. We'll bounce into the pool. We go into the shrimp again. I don't think it's gonna be too difficult, Hiko. But it's gonna take a while for sure. Big map. So, small wall hug there to the plastic. You don't lose any speed doing that. Just lining up. And it does work, Hazard. Getting closer and closer again to the dragon. He's probably lost count how many times he's done these sections, honestly. Yeah, this is Hazard's run, to be clear. We've been casting the event. Late air brake. Oh no, it's too slow again. Oh, there's something about it. I don't know what it is. This might even fall a bit to the side. Yeah. Looks to go all the way down to floor 7, at the very least. Small plastic bounce. It's looking to go into the pool. Hazard no inputs though. It could be that Hazard might be even done. The car seems to be moving a little bit to the water. I don't really know. Seems like the default movement is not really going. But the dots basically show the direction, but it's getting like closer and closer, so either it's gonna be a super long wait or it's going to not move at all. A weird sort of situation. I don't understand what's going wrong with the dragon. Maybe it's the slight like sideways jump somehow. Maybe the line is just not forward enough. That usually happens if you steer too close to a jump. Hazard has been doing the dragon like, you know, 7, 8, 10 times in a row. But now it's failed, I think, like 3 times in a row. Yeah, Hazard also saying there's no reason for that not to work. I don't know, dude. Yeah, Hazard just restarted the run. I don't know. It's been going for quite a while as well. Might be calling it a day. It's really hard to continue after, like, one section becomes, like, a choke point like this. The dragon was never a big issue for any player. Well, that's not entirely true. Really, it's been, like... It's been a problem for sure. In terms of consistency. Like, sure, people have been getting it. It hasn't really been, like, a strategy thing. But it has been inconsistent for everyone. Everyone has been failing it occasionally. Like Elcon as well was having like trouble just understanding what is actually destroying those attempts. It's just really like an execution issue, really. It's really just... There's something about it that's just very strange. So, yeah, I can quickly like give an example of why turning close to a jump can alter your line. We'll build something very different here. It's actually very useful sometimes. And not very useful other times. Like there, I don't know, that might be at least part of the issue. Okay, let me start like here. So if you turn into a jump, you turn into a jump, the car's like balance will be a little bit off. This is not really a good example. So yeah, it has to be pretty rough for Hazard. Fully understandable, really. Ending now? Okay. It's been a rough session for sure. Maybe this would be the best one. How is this so difficult to force? I'm not really sure how you do this. It's so hard. I have a map that I can show, I guess. Oh, why is it always so flat? I have this map. Wait, was this a ramp cut? Oh no. Was this a ramp cut actually? I don't remember. But it's right here. The speed tech map. Oh yeah, this is a ramp cut. Oh, terrible. Okay, alright, there is also a campaign map. From here? Wait, no, 21. How hard is it to show this? This map, okay. So, there's something called a flow trick. Yeah, okay, this should work. So sometimes when you turn into a jump like this, it can be better if you do like a turn before going into it. So you can kind of rotate the car a little bit sideways. Maybe actually in this camera it would be a bit more visible. So if I go fully straight forward, it should be like pretty flat, the car. But if I do like a left-right just before jumping, like left-right, then you notice that the car will kind of rotate sideways a little bit. And on this map you need to actually do it for a better landing. It's so hard to do this. Maybe I'm just really bad at this. But I feel like it's something that happens kind of by accident on the dragon, and I'm wondering if it's affecting anything at all. Yeah, here. This kind of shows it. So you can do this like left-right entry, and you can get a flow trick, basically meaning that the car will rotate a little bit sideways in the air. Why this is useful here is because sometimes this allows you to get the landing a little bit earlier, and the car accelerates when it's on ground. So that means that the earlier you land, like my personal best will land a bit earlier, it's also gonna like gain more speed afterwards. So in this kind of a case it's useful to get that sideways rotation, but it could be also very bad sometimes. For example, if you have a very important landing that you need to get flat. So this kind of a landing, you know, it can be useful at times and very bad at other times. I don't know if that's like one of the things like affecting you there, but it could be a part of it, I suppose. I don't know. It's such a weird one. It's really like, getting to floor 16 right now is still the hardest part. What's the success rate on the dragon? I feel like mostly it's still usually succeeding. I think Hazard just had like 4 attempts where it didn't work. For whatever reason. That seemed to be the case. So it's not really the fact that that Hazard doesn't get it often, but it's more like just got like really, really unlucky not getting it like a few times in a row. Would a better lineup make it more consistent? The thing is that I don't really see how you could improve the lineup too much. Basically how you stop the flow trick, like the sideways rotation, is that you avoid steering as early as possible, but I don't know if that's really like possible there. It seems like a very stable setup that they're using, and I'm not really sure what else they could really do, but maybe once Kubas shows the intended strat, maybe it's gonna be completely different, something else. I don't know. I don't know. How's the hope? Yeah, I understand, Sean. All good. Hope you get some good rest. What's the success percentage for the entire DD2 map? Well, it depends on whether we count all players or just the ones that have finished. And not a lot. Yeah. Well, Lars is gonna be the next one live, I suppose. Got a feel for Hazard there. That's really, really brutal. Especially because there's just no recovery at all. I almost feel like they have like placed some pools and such in ways that make it much harder to recover. Kind of what it feels like at points. Like, you know, there's just absolutely nothing below. If you fall from here, you go from here straight down. And there's no way you slow down enough on this kind of like a downhill landing on plastic, which is very slippery, that you would land here. That is not gonna happen. So it's just all the way down. Just all the way down. This floor 12 save at least is something, but that's still so far away, right? For a section that seems to be giving difficulty for a lot of players. It is very brutal. And you know, if that's the intended experience, then no problem, right? That's what it's gonna be then. But yeah, also like some failed sections from some of the higher sections. Like, for example, falling from the rings is like, that is terrible. Probably down to floor 8 or something. It's kind of a lot. Flow H Quill hasn't been too bad overall, but I'm truly feeling for the top players that just can't get that one run they need. I've made it to this quarter pipe myself. Next PB is this landing. We'll see. Floor 5 is not too far. What happens if you fail floor 16 wall ride? Basically, if you manage to save the run on floor 13, you win the lottery. Like, it's extremely brutal. Yeah, I don't also think that every single fall has been, like, calculated or designed to be specific. But I feel like, you know, they've playtested this map for sure as it is right now. And they have placed some pools specifically so that you will be able to save some mistakes that have happened. But apparently, like, I guess they didn't really feel like doing it too much for these highest 2 floors. Like, even floor 14 has honestly a lot that you can recover. Basically, you fail any section, you will be able to retry it from like a few sections before. But floor 15 just goes so much further. But, you know, it is what it is. The map is what it's gonna be. I feel like there are 0 intended saves from specific tricks that were more than a floor under. It could be that some sections are specifically designed to be choke points. Could be true. Like, you know, it's definitely on purpose that this dirt wall right doesn't have any saves at all. That is definitely on purpose. Or that, you know, for example, this kind of a jump doesn't really have anything directly below. That is definitely also by design. Or that the final jump goes straight to the bottom if you miss it. Also by design. So yeah, I think a lot of these are planned out. There is a pool on 11 for the 14 quarter pipe, yeah. Which is interesting because I don't really... It hasn't been a problem for a long time. It was really like only an issue on the first attempt. Like here, the quarter pipe jump. There is this floor 11 pool. Which I wonder why they placed this one specifically. When, you know, there's very few saves from floor 15, like similar choke points. But, I mean... At least it's there. There's been a couple times when a player has fallen there. Well, what it's gonna be. It's really not, like, only about, you know, not failing anything. It's about not failing specific sections. 20 again? I'm not sure, actually. I think we did hear who it was by, but yeah. Not sure who it was. Oh well. Yeah, tower is big. Loud jump scares. They're so close. They're so close. Yeah. They did encourage these, like, sections over the middle area. That's true. It's brutal. It's brutal. Okay. Well, we might be done for today as well. Hopefully I can fix the frame drops for the next session. Hopefully. It wasn't too bad today, but I'll try to get rid of them entirely. Was a fun session regardless. I'm hoping that our top 2, our top 3 and 4 get decided pretty soon. It does seem very brutal for the players right now. How does the map get the bronze, silver and gold medals? Those can be defined by the mapper. Like, you can just enter whatever times. But they're also automatically calculated. They didn't use custom medal times for this map though. So if you have a run like this, that's your author time, 2.079. And then when you go here, map objectives, it sets these automatically. Oh, it actually automatically sets gold and silver to the same second. That's interesting. I guess the calculation isn't designed for short maps like this, 2-second maps. So the author medal time, but yeah, you can edit these. It's not even a plugin or anything. I could make the, you know, this one like 10 minutes, bronze medal 10 minutes if I wanted to. So it's like a game thing, but they haven't done the custom medals for PD2. Yeah, author medal is 543210. It's your kind of map. Even the training 1 map is a little bit more complex. Even this one. Weird map though. Okay. Well, we'll call it a day though. We'll be back again tomorrow. And let's see what we get. Okay, very little dipping going on. I think the community has mostly moved on. Lozo is streaming. Lozo is a no mic streamer, but like an extremely good player. Got the first 1 hour time on the new 1 hour tech map, which is I guess now a 59-minute tech map. So maybe that could be a good